Hey YouTube, welcome back. This your girl Lavina, and tonight we're gonna do a requested live. Okay, so I want to thank you all for the likes, the subscribes, and the follows and the shares. So don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. And shout out to everybody who's been looking at my content. I'm still working on my new mic and everything. Hey Jocelyn. So we're going to be getting started. Enjoy the debate, you guys. And I'm going to start posting here on YouTube when I'm going live, because I know quite a few of y'all be wanting to see me when I go live too. So shout out to y'all. Thanks YouTube. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you. Let's get to the debate. Hey Jocelyn. Let me put the board up. Hey Nisi Fly. Let me pull you up. Yeah, I had a African American. Oh no. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me cancel that. Nisi Fly. Yes, I had an event I had to go to, so that's why I'm running a little late. It seemed like my mic might be a little. Where is you though? I have no idea. I don't know. Let's see. Let me put this mute on. Okay, hope to see her soon. Well, you should go to her page. Maybe she'll open up her panel or something, African American. I'm sure if you tell her to open her own panel, you'll see her. Shout out to you though, being requested, y'all. We got African American here who want to see you though. You should inbox her. Yeah, so today we're going to do something a little different. Let me put my glasses on. It's not different, but y'all already know I want to debate everybody. So hopefully we can get some people of the non-melanated hue come in. We will see. Until then, we'll just have to talk about this ourselves. But hopefully we can get other people in that is not melanated and try to figure that out. Hey, Nisi Fly.
Hi, baby. I'll be
Welcome.
back. Hold on.
Okay. Shout out to y'all in the audience. Shout out to y'all. Welcome. Clap it up for y'all as well. Yes, let me share the live out. I hope everyone had a happy Monday and all. Let's see how tonight's debate goes. Don't forget to tap. I don't know. Yeah, don't forget to tap, y'all. Anybody want to come up, they are more than welcome to come up, and we can chit chat until the debate starts. Don't forget to share the live out, you guys. Hey, Kickback, thanks for the like. I appreciate you. Shout out to Kickback and his like. Y'all, I'm going to get on you. Prepare to be sick of me with this new soundboard. Prepare. Hey, 612, welcome, welcome. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for the shares, Kickback. I appreciate you. Thank you for the like, 612. Shout out to 612, y'all, for giving your girl a likey like in my Peach McIntyre voice. Get a likey like, hey. No, we can't coexist. Shout out to that. All opinions are welcome. And, it's a discussion. Actually how I came up with this topic, one of my supporters, where is he from? I think he's from Ethiopia, and this is my second month. And it seemed like, I guess to a lot of people, that all I do is content on the melanated folks. And actually, non-melanated people be in the prompts sometime. But, they never show up. Only people that show up is the melanated people. Shout out to Greg Knife in the building. Hey, Greg. Big ups to Greg Knife, y'all. He holds spaces over there on the X platform. And he's a great space holder over there. I don't know if he hold them over here yet, but Greg Knife, G Money over there. You can find him. Hey, God King. Hey, Queen. I'm doing good. Hey, okay. Shout out to that. Hey, Blue Jay. I'm running late. I had an event trying to get my finances in order, so I wasn't gonna miss that event. Thank you for the heart, me, Greg. I appreciate you. Thank you for the like too. AKA G Money's crack pipe. I should have been a DJ, y'all. No. But yeah, so that's what prompted me. He asked me, he said, well, Love's World, are you ever going to do any content or any debates for the white people or the Latinos? I said, woo. I said, well, actually, I felt kind of put on the spot because I actually have in my prompts, some of the prompts, I have white people, Asian people, Latino people, but it's only like I explained to him, and he felt me. He know what I'm trying to do here, but it's only the melanated people who show up. So this live basically is to try to show and prove to all the naysayers that your girl Love's World only posts content about the Jamaicans, the Africans, the what else kind of black, the Afro Latinos, any kind of black. Okay, so we're gonna see how this go. You know what I mean? Hey, I got the Latinos prompt coming up this week. So hopefully we can get some Latinos in. I'm going to hit up the Asians too. Everybody going to get a turn. This room is not just about the melanated immigrants. You know what I mean? So we going to try. I don't know how it's going to be. And if we do get some people in here, the non-melanated persuasion, y'all do me a favor. Only the people who can actually, you know what I mean, debate, like, or hold themselves together and have, conversations with other people. Please, let y'all be the ones that come up here, okay? Because, we got to be able to talk to other people without, running them off, if possible, okay? Hey, Adis, how you doing? Thank you for the follow. You used to follow me. I don't know what happened, but shout out to you. Yeah, so that's we gonna see, you know what I mean? All your girl can do is try. And thank you for the rose, Greg. I appreciate you. Shout out to the first gifter of the night. Thank you, Greg. Shout out to that. I appreciate you. Yes, so, you can't say, hey, Garv, 758, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate you. Yeah, so we're going to just see. We're going to see if we can get some debates going on. Blessings. I'm going back to my, thank you for the donut. Shout out to Garb. I appreciate you, Garb. But yeah, I'm going to go back to a structured format. Okay, thank you, Adith. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to a more structured. I'm gonna take it back to how it was that got me here. Okay, so we're gonna pull it in moving forward. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to pull it in. And we still can have some fun. Coexist with who? I don't know. Chase, it looked like we might be talking about you. We might be talking about you, Chase. Oh yeah, Chase. We definitely talking about you, Chase. Can Black Americans? I don't even know if you're an American, but I do know you look Caucasian. Can we coexist, Chase? That's what the debate is tonight. You know, it's a lot of people that come to this country, and they tell Black Americans all day, all night, this the white man's country. This the white man's country. Y'all do nothing. You've done nothing for this country. So I want to hear from the white people, and I want other people to hear from the white people too. And we all, people. It's like trending. Where is the? Oh, it's a Spanish country though. What's a Spanish? Come up here and talk to me, Chase. What's a Spanish company? The country, the United States of America. Oh, so are you a Latino? You might be a Latino, Chase. I got a prompt coming up for y'all this week, but you can come up here because a lot of Spanish people did fight to be labeled or classified as white. So I don't know. It's a lot of Spanish white people, Latin whites as well. So yeah, so that's what I'm trying to do. Something different. Yeah, Chase, come up. G Money, I might need you up here with me. If you up here. Hey Chase, how you doing? Hey
Good.
Sensei.
How are you?
I'm doing fine. So the topic, the reason why I came up with this debate tonight, Chase, is because normally I hold like FBA. I don't know if you ever heard of the FBA, Foundational
Yeah.
Black Man. Okay, so normally
TikTok crap.
no, it's not TikTok crap. It's all over national news and everything. Well, let me explain to you
I didn't mean
how
to
I
say
came up.
crap, but I was just saying,
Yeah, well,
yeah,
you
I've seen it
meant
on
you said
TikTok.
what you meant, but yeah,
Yeah,
but
I'm
it's
an
a
honest person.
lineage. Yeah, that's okay. This room, this is what I made this for, so we can have honest dialogue. So
Sure.
yes, so lately I've been doing FBA and the whole immigration thing and blah blah blah. And only people really I've had some Caucasians, some Latinos, but not many. The majority of the people that come up are people from Africa, the Caribbean, things like that, right? And one thing
Yeah.
they tell Black Americans all day, and are you Latino?
Sure. Yes. My dad is
Okay, so you Latino. I don't know if you have the same
Spanish.
viewpoint. You Spanish, okay. So I don't know if you have the same viewpoint as these other guests, but for some reason, immigrants, I'm gonna say immigrants, people who haven't been here for like 400 years before the Revolutionary War, blah, blah, blah. They tell Black Americans every day on this panel, this is the white man's country. Black Americans, they have done nothing, basically.
But we both know this isn't the white man's country.
I agree.
We know the fabric of this country. Everybody knows who the fabric is.
But I don't think they do know. I mean, I hear it all. I mean, like
I think,
it's
I
in their
mean,
mindset.
well, you don't want to play their game. I mean, it's ignorance. So if you're playing that game with them, then you're just going down with them.
Yeah, but I believe colonization maybe has something to do with why they think that. Because you got to remember, some of these people, they have been colonized, so their viewpoint
The
on
whole
white
world has
America.
been
You
colonized.
think so?
Yeah, every country.
Maybe I'm in denial because I don't feel colonized.
Well, I'm talking. Oh, I thought you meant like from a history standpoint. Like no one is from America.
Really?
Mexicans and natives. I think Mexicans date back 60,000 years, and they're the late longest genetics in the U.S. And I'm talking more Southwest United States because there's Mexico. I mean Mexico. America used to be Mexico. America is a big, 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 massive country. So you know, different sex, different people, or different
Anybody can
areas.
come up on the panel because there's some people who would, who would argue with you? But you said so. You mean you? Okay, so when you said 60,000 years, you're talking about the Southwest. Okay. Well, who do you think was here on the like in the South, like Mississippi and things like that?
Well, I mean, I don't know too much of the Southeast history. I'm from Texas, so
Oh, okay.
we don't have anything in common with the South. Like we're
Right.
West,
Okay.
so
Yeah.
we're
Yeah.
outlaws, cowboys. We invented the cowboys, Spanish.
Did you?
You know, yeah, farming. I mean, a lot of that comes from Spain, Europe, right? Those were Mongols, and they're running from the African Moors. The African Moors are trying to colonize Spain. That's where you get Arabs. Arabs, all of those. The Spanish try to colonize all of America through Florida, Southeast states. Mexico freed the slaves. Texas was Spain. So there's lot of, lot of touchy history. And again, I think history, a lot of it is made up, but that's just what I study, what I know. I don't know. You know, my mom's from Biloxi, but I don't know too much about Mississippi history.
Because it's a segment. But you said 60 years. Did you know Florida used to be connected to Africa?
Yeah, we're all connected.
Yeah, look
All
that
the
up.
countries were.
Hold on, let me see. I appreciate you coming up here. I don't know who Law is. He never been up here, so let's see how this work. Hey, Lady E.
Do you really
Florida
feel
used to be.
like? Did you mind asking me a question? Because I live in.
Go
I
ahead.
mean, I live in a huge. I mean, the most diverse city in the United States.
Pangea, you right, Chill. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Ask me.
Houston, out specifically my neighborhood. So there's a lot of Africans, a lot of Nigerians, and I'm friends with both sides. And I just, it's interesting, right? I'm Arab, so I get my hair braided a lot. So I get to
Okay.
hear that side of why they don't get along with a lot of U.S. black people, and then U.S. black
Oh,
people.
wait. Hold on, Chase. Hold on, Chase. So you said you get to hear Nigerians and these other groups tell you why they don't get along
Well,
with
no,
Black
no.
Americans? Oh, who?
I mean, it's pretty common knowledge that we know that y'all don't get along.
What? With Africans and Black Americans?
Yeah, you guys go at it,
Wow.
right? Or am I wrong?
Let them tell it. They
Well,
love
no, my
us.
best friend is Nigerian.
Oh, really? So he told you the truth that we
She,
all knew the whole time. Oh,
no,
okay.
no,
So,
no. I'm just trying to study and learn because I'm not. I mean, we're all in this pitching in. We're all from somewhere, right? Um, I just think it's interesting because I find I listen to both sides and I'm like, well, it's the same people going at it. But then if you look at
we,
it,
but
every
we not the same
culture.
people though.
Yes, we are. I mean, but every like Spanish has their nemesis, right? Asians have their nemesis. Africans have their nemesis. Every like it's made up, right? It's not real.
Hold
Who's
on.
making
So
it up?
The
Oh
A-Rap
my
man
God.
has
wait a
a
minute.
seed with
Hold on.
everybody,
Please
so
don't. Hold on, God King. Hold
Indians,
on. We're gonna have
Pakis,
some. Hold
Pakistanis.
on,
Hey,
Chase.
Harris.
Hold on, Chase. Hey,
Oh,
boo.
my neck.
Who is you crazy? Is you
Isn't the
okay?
orange and blue so
Oh,
pretty?
oh, she crazy. Okay, we gotta let her go. Now let me tell y'all, this y'all see y'all see that prompt, okay? So we're gonna have a respectful one at a time dialogue. Every voice is welcome here, and only people can come up here tonight is people who can hold it together, answer questions, cause I can't. I'm streaming this, and it's gonna go on my YouTube channel. So we
You
need
seem like
it
a
to.
nice person.
Thank you, Chase. I appreciate that. I try to be. So please, none of that rah rah. You know what I mean? Everybody probably tonight gonna have different perspectives on life and different views on Black Americans. So hopefully, everybody who can come up here, white, black, immigrant group, I don't know, wherever you from, hopefully we all can have a dialogue. That's all I'm asking. Please respect my platform. Okay, Chase, let's hear from God's King has something to say. Go ahead, God.
I just feel like people need to hold accountability. You feel what I'm saying? Because it's like they talk a lot, but
Accountability
then
for what? Hold on. Accountability for what?
all right. Well, the brother who just came on, he said he was a Arab, I think, right?
No, he
And,
said he was Spanish, right?
okay,
Well,
Spaniard.
Spanish people have Arab genetics because African Moors colonized Spain.
Boom. So okay, let's deal with
Hold
that, right?
on. We
So
gonna get rid of you.
when the Arab
Cause
man came to Africa,
Arabs.
they was coming to enslave. So you either had to convert or be a slave. You feel what I'm saying? And the people who was Moors and Jews and Christians didn't want to convert.
Yeah, and
So
they got
they,
taken out by the Spanish.
boom. Okay, so now you dealing with migration and migration patterns. So
Yeah.
when you understand bloodline, it's simply genetics. When you can do your DNA, like my blood is A positive. You could trace my roots back to Israel. Most people O positive, O negative, they come from Africa. So we know the truth. You get what I'm saying? It's just about people
You can't say you
holding
gotta say
themselves
small.
accountability.
You gotta say small hats. And if you don't know TikTok friendly language, please don't grab a mic. Okay, you can't. I love TikTok shop. I love TikTok shop. You cannot say the J word for
Okay.
some reason. But anyway, I feel you, God King. Go ahead, God King.
Okay, so yeah, that's the whole thing. What we saying, the migration pattern. We've been here our whole lives. We ain't moved nowhere. So when people do the research and understand, man, we've been right here our whole lives. Yeah, we have DNA from the motherland, but we're natives of this land. We've been here. Our family been here. 4 generations of people been here. We've been here. So for people to call us African, that's the problem I have a problem with, because that's a conqueror's name.
Okay,
Scipio
hold on.
Africanus conquered
Okay, who
Arcadian, which
called
they
us
call
African?
Africa
Who
today.
who called us African? We haven't
The
talked.
term, I'm just saying, like the
I know, but
term,
we're not talking about that. Nobody calling
It's
us
so interesting, though.
African right
Is
now.
it good?
Very interesting.
How? Okay.
I mean, like in our Spanish culture, West African, we embrace it. I
Do
mean,
y'all?
Bad Bunny took over the world and did so much for West Africans, and the whole tribute was to
Hold
middle to the
on.
finger.
Really?
but
So
Scipio
I think it's
Africanus,
interesting.
Wait a
Puerto
minute.
Rico, that's where slavery started.
but brother, Scipio Africanus was a Roman general. He conquered that land. He conquered that land and named it behind himself. Moors named Europe because we took them out of the Dark Age, which is the 1500s, medieval century, when they were sleeping in barns and they were sleeping with they loved ones and eating their own people.
Okay, hold on, y'all. Okay, God King, thank you for coming up. We're gonna rotate the stage. Thank you. Because this is what my goal is tonight. For us to have clear understanding. I ain't saying he don't have clear understanding, but I don't want to take that to people eating each other and washing up. I want this discussion to be a little deeper than that. I understand, but we don't need to talk about that right now. That don't have nothing to do with it. Um, William,
Yes, yes.
how you doing tonight?
I'm feeling awesome, man. Once you're breathing, you're achieving.
Amen to that. Okay, so Chase, DRR. So Chase, so you wondering the distinction between Black Americans and the rift about Black Americans and Africans? But my question to you is, since you're Spanish, what's the rift between Black Americans and Latinos? What's the issue
There is
there?
none.
You really think it's not?
I mean, not. I think it's made up. I mean,
Do you?
I can tell. I mean, Spanish is a very complex culture. It's the most
Well, how
complex
about
culture. So when you
Mexicans,
speak
Latinos?
Mexican is the majority of Americans, right? That's 40% of America is Mexican. So are you talking about the US Spanish people, or are you talking
Yes,
about
the
Latin
ones here.
America? You're
Well,
talking about which country?
yes. Well, how do the people in Mexico? Because I'm not a scholar. I'm learning too.
I
How
mean,
are black
always
people
in
treated?
Mexico.
Well, how are
Wow,
black
black people
treated?
are loved in Mexico.
Oh, really?
Afro Latinos are superheroes. Yes. I played college baseball and we love our Afro Latinos.
Really?
Yeah, we're all connected. We're all one. We don't see race.
Oh, excuse me. Can I ask him something real quick?
No, no,
Yeah, go ahead, sis.
Oh,
I'm
I
gonna
Chase.
know
cut
you're
your
going to
I'm
try
gonna
to
cut your
divide
camera off too.
Mexicans.
No, hey,
I know what you're
Chase.
trying
Hold
to do.
I've
on,
got to
one at
come
a
in.
time.
So,
What's
Chase,
up?
what's that? I know there's a saying that y'all got about making in
Villa
Mexico
La
about making the
Rosa,
race better.
white
No,
So,
there's
La
no
rice.
saying
raza.
about that.
It's la raza.
huh?
That's California politics. That has nothing to do with Texas.
I'm talking about Mexico, just Mexico in general.
It's a massive country, and half of the United
He's
States
talking about
it
the
was
saying
Mexico.
la
What are you
I'm
talking
raza.
talking
about?
about the saying, brother, like that.
No, the
Explain
That's a
people.
la
What
staple
I'm
of
raza
the
to
asking you just
race.
Chase.
means the people. I'm not
One at
Mexican,
a
brother.
time, please. Go ahead, Sensei.
Do you know Spanish demographics?
And you from Texas?
Yes, sir.
Where you from in Texas?
H Town,
Where? Like what side? What side? Because I'm in
Southwest,
Houston. Oh, yeah. Okay,
SWAT.
that's why you talk like that. Okay, that's why you say you're around like Nigerians and all that. Okay, I got you.
I'm around all people, baby. We're all in this together.
I've been on the Southwest, and the Southwest ain't what you're
You
trying
see
to
how
make
we
it
get
seem,
we
brother.
you see how we boogie.
Huh?
You see how we boogie over here in
As
Alias?
far as
Look,
what?
can I get in for a second, man? I mean,
Y'all,
you
y'all right
introduced
there
me.
by
Let me give him a
Katie
chance.
and
Wait a
Sugarland
minute,
with the YT
William.
folks. I don't know what you mean about
So
y'all
I
boogieing.
mean, I mean, what's wrong with we all cultures? We're the most diverse neighborhood in the United States. We don't
Yeah,
have problems like what you're. What part of town are you from?
I'm from the South Side.
Listen, can I make my point, man? We
But
don't care
but
about where
Wait a
you're
minute.
from.
Hold on.
Let's
Hold
try to
on,
Mexicans
resolve
and
Chase.
black
it.
people
Wait,
live in
Chase.
every
Hold
neighborhood
on.
in
Hold on,
Houston.
Oh,
Chase.
there's
Hold
red.
on,
There's
Sensei. Hold on,
okay.
Sensei. William,
Yes.
you can't wait a minute while
No,
these two
because we're
have a
so concerned.
conversation?
We're so concerned about where we're from instead of talking about the topics. We need to talk about what's going wrong right now instead of talking about where you're from and where you're from. It
Right.
doesn't make a difference, you know? Let's talk about what's wrong, the issue.
Okay. Let's talk about it. Where are you from?
I'm from Liberia. I'm from Liberia. I've been living in the States for 28 years.
Do you see the prompt?
What's the prompt? Can you please read it to me, please?
Well, you just jumped up here. Talking about can we? This don't have nothing to do with what we talking about, but you don't know what we talking about. And you from Liberia. We not talking about anybody from Africa right now. We have a Latino person up here, and we have a and then it's a white people prompt. But since Chase came up here, we're gonna talk to him. But however, interestingly enough, Chase did say that his people from the continent tell him all the time that you guys don't really care for black Americans, or it's a tiff between us.
Hey,
So I'm
hey, hey,
glad you up
hey.
here. Right,
I
Chase?
So
I mean, you kind of generalize
that's
Hold
it
why I was
though.
on.
trying.
Okay,
That's
I
why I
hold
was
was
on.
trying.
speaking. I was speaking from my experience. I'm not
Right.
generalizing people or using collective thoughts. So
I know.
please
But it's
refrain from
something
that.
you know this
Thank
though,
you.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but the
Wait,
point
let
about
Chase explain.
okay.
It's something you know this, because you told me, Chase, everybody knows it or something like that to that effect,
Well,
right?
I mean, it's. I mean, I mean, yeah. I thought.
Okay.
I mean, I don't
Yeah,
know.
no, you're not wrong.
I
Now
can't
go ahead,
speak
William.
from your perspective. Is what I'm
No,
saying. I
it's
can
not
only
my
speak from my
perspective.
perspective.
Right.
Whose perspective is it?
Well, I guess it's my
Well,
perspective too. I guess you got a point there. So, William, what did you want to add to that?
So that's I think I got in the middle of the whole conversation, and I probably maybe had it wrong. But this is I'm going to tell you a personal story about myself. I came here in 1998, and I went to a black college. And fortunately, my first apartment complex was managed by an African American from Kentucky. And then she became my wife four
Okay,
years
we
later.
gotta speed this up,
Yeah, but I'm going to speed it up. But the point I'm
cause
trying to get to
yeah.
here is that I hear a lot of African Americans talking about Africans don't love
Okay, so now
African
you want to
Americans.
come here and center yourself.
No, no, listen now. I'm going to fix this, right? When I met her, the first thing she knew was
oh
that I
boy.
moved from Europe to America.
Okay, thank you.
And
We're gonna go on to the next person because this is
Hello?
not what this
Hello?
about. Go
Hello?
ahead, Roberto. Roberto Toto.
I just want to say good evening to everybody on the panel.
Thank you.
I'm probably the oldest person here on the panel of 70 years, doing a good 45, And hello, can you guys hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, Chase, you just haven't been exposed. Maybe you know, maybe you just not want to hear it, but I'm here in the Dominican Republic. I lived in Puerto Rico. I've been to Mexico. I've been all over this world. And I was raised with Latinos. Okay. Now, this is very, very, very big campaign of the whitening of the race and the me no black. What you ran now? Well, anyway, I'm gonna just say this. Listen.
No, he did not run.
Okay,
He's
okay,
there.
okay. I see him. I see him. I'm glad he's there. Stay right
Just
there.
closer to you, bro.
Okay. Well, listen. 2 ears and one mouth. Listen. It is so
Cliche.
prevalent. It is the campaign of whitening the race the way like you got the way you are. There's a big campaign been going on since the 50s of whitening the race. I'm here in the Dominican Republic. I got blue black people telling me they not black. You know what I mean? I'm not here to change nobody's concept or anything, but it just goes to show what the colonizer has done and how it still affects the people today. You said about Mexico and this place and that place that there's no Spanish people that y'all don't see colors. I Chase,
I didn't say that.
you just haven't been exposed to it. Okay, they've been taught to
I've
hate.
been exposed to it, man. I'm actually agreeing with you. Whitewashing is a problem in all cultures. Black people
Well,
do it too.
no. Well, listen.
Yes,
It's scientific.
light skin, dark
It's
skin. It's pretty
scientific. It's scientific.
prevalent.
Listen. It's scientifically indoctrinated for it to be that way to erase the black race. We are the descendants of every continent on this planet, from Asia to Antarctica and back.
Okay, we're gonna
Do
be
your
rotating
history.
the stage soon.
Okay. And my thing is this: so much has been done and to us, anywhere on this planet we go, we are hated. We are hated
H
anywhere.
A
I
T
don't think
E,
I don't
H
think
A
you're
T
hated.
E, HATE. You cannot
Okay,
say that word. If you do
okay,
not know
we
TikTok
are
friendly
we
language,
are
do not come up
we
here.
we are disrespected. I'll put it that way. That's even more prevalent. We are more disrespected anywhere on this planet, anywhere on this earth. The, the BLK man is the one that is
Thank you, Sensei.
disrespected totally anywhere we go.
I agree with you.
Now you have to be if you. That's like I try to tell some of the BLK women. You can if are not of male species and BLK, you have no clue.
Okay,
This
thank you.
You're
You
welcome.
can land your plane. Thank you for coming up. Okay, this is I want us to learn. I want to learn here. Let's find out what the objective is of this whole conversation, because I think we straying away. And it's called, if can we coexist? We're gonna keep the main thing the main thing. Okay, so where people from and all that, you know what I mean, y'all. I want, you know, I don't know, but because I haven't held one of these spaces ever, so I want to learn. Okay, I want to keep it structured a little bit so we don't find ourselves all over. You know what I mean? So, Chase, do you have a question you want to ask, and maybe somebody can
I think
respond?
I'm probably leaning towards like I don't like segregation is probably a good thing. Like I don't mind it. Like
Who
at the
would
end of
you
the day,
segregate with? You mean you and all the Spanish people?
I mean, you are what your dad is genetically, right? My
What
mom's
is your
actually
dad?
English. My dad's Spanish. But at the end of the day, yeah, of course, when stuff hits the fan, who are you going to go with? Your people. We're animals. So I think we should embrace it more.
The Black, you got anything to add?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of agree with the segregation part, but we do have to understand, like in America, it's very different. Like America is one of the only countries that go by the mother only. So what your mother is, what you are. And other countries, especially like in third world countries and other parts of the West, you go through whatever your father is, you are your father. So I feel like when it comes down to the segregation part, uh, if we go by how the legal system actually made it after Reconstruction, I mean, it's supposed to be a white and black country. And it's when you look at it, it's kind of starting to slowly go back to that. And we're trying to reconfigure who is the standard of white and who meets that criteria and who meets the criteria of being black. And
But Chase, don't you believe this United States is a Spanish country, right?
Yeah,
Ain't
the
that
fabric,
gives
yes. Yes. The Southwest, yes. I mean, the majority and by 2030 are Spanish people. Yes.
okay.
180 million people.
All right, well, let's give everybody a chance to speak. Let's start with the people who've been up here first. Sensei, you wanna? I'm gonna rotate. I'm gonna clean up the stage. Go ahead, Sensei. I'm gonna start your clock.
On the prompt, can we coexist? Like coexist with who exactly?
Well, it was for white American, but however, since a lot of Latinos do claim white now, I guess it's both. I guess it's us and the people, the non-melanated much people, and then it was intentionally. Well, I mean, originally talking to white America, but Chase came up and he has Spanish lineage, so I guess.
I mean, that's technically white, so I don't know. I just don't see myself as white. You called me that, but I guess
Well,
I
that's
am. I guess I
not
am white
really.
from an outsider. I don't know. I've never been called that, so.
I mean, well, a lot of people that y'all fought to be white, though. I mean, a
Yeah,
lot
and
of
then
folks.
Ooh,
you're white adjacent.
Mexico freed the most slaves. Mexico died like trying to keep
Don't.
Europeans from
It's
coming.
unalive, Chase, and don't
Oh,
get offended.
unalive.
You gotta.
No,
You
no, I'm
gotta.
just saying those
Yeah.
people down there need love, man. Like they've done so much for this country and like no one's showing them love and they keep persevering and keep growing. Like everybody should want to be that.
Everybody should want to be
Family
what?
driven people, hardworking people, and they don't get love. There's a reason why they deleted Spanish history from US history because it would tell a different story that we're all telling right now.
Okay. If we have any other Latinos, please come up.
Oh,
And I
I
Everybody's
get that. But
agree.
welcome.
what about that leader who said that
Yeah,
the
your
Negroes'
turn,
problem is
Sensei.
not his problem and that
Right.
he don't want to allow? That was like one of y'all main leaders at the time when black folks was trying to link up with Latinos, and he said our fight ain't y'all's fight. He said he don't want to unite with us. And now you
Somebody
live in
said that? Like a
yeah,
Spanish
one of
leader?
yeah, Spanish leader, prominent Spanish leader, like during the civil rights
Which
movement when
country?
he was in
Lulac.
America.
Look up Lulac.
I don't know. I
And,
mean,
and,
Spanish culture is pretty diverse. So I
It
mean,
was
we
it
can.
was
Chase,
when we were trying to get together on I think I forgot what court case it was, but the NAACP was trying to do a collaborative effort. He said the Negroes fight is not my fight. I do not want to ally with Negroes. And
I
he
don't know. I
was
see it opposite of you, bro. I like we fight
I
for
mean we
black
can
people,
that's
man.
a personal that's you can say that because where you live, but in and
Texas,
you can say in California they trying to run black families out of their neighborhood right now.
California
Hispanic
is
gangs. I'm just
state.
saying like
Yeah,
that's what
that's state driven politics. Nowhere else in the world do they do that kind of stuff.
mm, I mean
That's
I'm
why
just
do you think Texans and Californians don't get along? Because of that. It's the
we can
main issue.
even in Texas. I've been you in Pasadena, where it's mostly Hispanics in Pasadena, San Jacinto, Galena Park. I've
Yeah.
been over there and I see how them Hispanics handle black folks when you go around that side of town.
Those are
I
the
done
hoods,
seen it.
bro.
Huh?
Those are the hoods. Those are the barrios. Those are different kind of worlds, man.
All right, let's
And I
move
agree
on.
with you.
Okay. Well, I hope it's some more people that we can bring up to balance it out. I hope it's some more Latinos, Caucasian people that want to have this conversation. One of my supporters, which is from Ethiopia, Saved by God, he asked me if when am I going to do when am I going to do debates with people other than black people? When am I going to talk about whites and Latinos? You Hispanic, you can come up, Danny. So that's what we're attempting to do tonight, and we want to have good conversations. You know what I mean? We don't want to run people off. Not saying that goes for Latinos and white people too. We don't want to run Black Americans off, and we all want to have a conversation. Um,
I can give up my seat. So if you want
no,
to have my
no,
seat,
you
I
the only
appreciate the dollar.
no.
Y'all just
How
gonna use
you?
me as a pin cushion.
No, we're not. Don't think
All
that
right.
way. No, we're not. I want you to stay up here. Danny about to come up here with you though. So let DRR go, and then we're gonna rotate the stage. Danny, he a fellow Latino, Hispanic. He said he's gonna come up here. Go ahead, DRR.
We have to stop getting into our feelings and start reading history. The only reason foundational BOK American BOK is in the condition they're in is because of our resiliency, our development, everything that we've done to make this country what it is. If anybody can show me something that America has that the foundational BOK Americans did not develop, then I'll eat my hat, like they say. We did everything. They're not looking at us because we're less than. They're looking at us because we're more than. Their fear is our strength, and there's nobody has that strength like us because everybody else needs their help. One thing about us, American BLK, we're independent. Never ask nobody for nothing. Find me some place where we ask somebody for something. That's the fear of us, our power. That's why they're coming after us. We have to think about that.
Okay, thank you, DRR. I'm going to rotate the stage. Thank you. Let's bring Danny up. Truth, you want to go? Wait, man down official, you can come up. We'd love to hear from you. You don't have to stay in the
He's a bum
comments.
though. If you let him up, just a heads up, he's a
He's a
bum.
what?
A bum?
A bum.
Yeah,
Okay.
What's your people like that?
I know him. He's a bum.
Oh, he must followed you over here, huh?
Those Trump supporters, they're looking to get out. They're
Okay.
looking for somewhere to jump in.
Oh, he said he'll be a pin cushion, whatever that's supposed to mean, y'all. What's up, chat? Shout out to the chat. My amazing chat is always here for me, and I appreciate y'all so much. Thanks for the taps. We gonna tap, tap, tap to our 100K like we do every night. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay, y'all. So let's go ahead with Truth. Truth, are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm still.
All right, go ahead, Truth.
Yeah, so like I was trying to speak to Chase earlier, but it is what it is.
Come back up,
The answer
Danny.
to prompt, I don't feel as though we can coexist. I'm gonna be completely honest. So I speak 4 different languages, right? Spanish being one, which is fluent. Um, and of course English. The thing is, even within our own community, it's a division, right? Because you have melanated individuals, a part of the same culture, who cannot coexist with each other because of the mentality, right? Because really, I'm gonna be honest, it comes down to culture. You have people that's from the same, supposed to be the same culture, like African Americans, foundational Black Americans, whatever you want to call them, Negro, Black, whatever. But you have the ones that's actually trying to move forward and evolve and elevate, and then you have those people who are content where they at. You feel what I'm saying? It seems as though like their perspective and mentality in the community are a poison to our people, right? So it's hard for us to coexist with each other. It will be no way possible we'll be able to unify amongst, whether you could say Latinos, Europeans, whether it be Italians, people of Great Britain, Ukraine, whatever the case may be. It's actually impossible, because the only way that will actually be, like, you'll have to try to force something, man. Everybody has their own will. People are always going to have their own perspectives, and they're always going to embrace their culture, and you're always going to have people who's willing to live and, you know what I'm saying, fall for their culture and their perspective. So I mean, that's impossible. Like that's close to, you know what I'm saying, heaven. Like we will never be able to coexist. You feel what I'm saying? It's never been like that since the beginning of time. Religion divides us, mentalities divide us, culture divides us. Like, it's more than just, you feel what I'm saying, complexion. But I land out.
Okay, thank you for coming up, Truth. I'm going to rotate the stage. Thank you. Okay. Chase, you want to respond to that? No, we have Man Down. Hey, Man Down, welcome.
Hey girl, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Thank you for coming up and being brave enough to do so. What do you have to add to the conversation? Can we coexist? Can Black Americans coexist with, we're going to keep this on non-melanated people, with Hispanics and white people? I don't know which one you go back, because, some white people claim, some Spanish people claim white. So what do you have to say about the prompt? Thank you, Jay.
Yeah, no, I'm not claiming none of that. I'm white. That's it.
Shout out to that. You white
Yeah,
American?
yeah, I'm white. I'm proud to be white. I'm
Mondo's
white
a
as
pretty
hell.
white name.
Okay.
Can I? I don't know what this guy. He got an obsession with me. You can suck me
Okay.
off later. Let me finish talking with this lady. Um, so I think,
Can
like
I
the
ask you
gentleman
what kind of white are
said,
you?
bro, are you kidding me?
He doesn't know. He got
No,
dropped off in
hold on,
Kentucky.
You a
Chase.
His
Hold
female,
on,
bro?
grandparents.
Chase. We gonna
How about
respect
you let me
everybody's
speak,
time.
lady? Damn,
Hold on. We gonna respect each other. Let him say what he gotta say, and then in your submission, can you my mom would like to ask you after you finish. Go ahead, man. Down. Go ahead. You got the mic.
appreciate you. Yeah, and just like the gentleman said, he had a few good points. That he was right next to me. I think you guys took him out. Uh, I don't think. I mean, we already coexist, right? So it's not a part of if we can. I think more of the problem is I need to see BLKs coexisting with BLKs because they seem to be crashing out on each other. I don't have a problem. I think everybody should stay in their own lane. Usually, blacks are in their own neighborhoods and we're in our own neighborhoods. It's not a lot of mixing, but we have been coexisting. I mean, in the Bay Area, California, we coexist just fine. Uh, in the prisons, it's different. I mean, the prisons
You've never been to
we don't
prison, bro.
even eat
Stop
at
it.
we don't even eat at the same tables as
You
the blacks. We
ain't
don't
even gone to
I mean that's
prison.
just because that's the way it is. Like we can't do that. I
Please
mean
don't interrupt them.
they didn't even let us have actually in the prison that I was in, they didn't even let it. I think we had like man, I only seen like five black people there. Like it was mainly the paisas and us. Uh and I'm in the central part of California. But I mean, yeah, to me, they've been coexisting fine, really. And this is no shade, but what I see is really uh, until I think black people got to work on treating each other well, before they can't even coexist with each other. That's the big problem. Y'all knocking each other off. I don't get it. But that's it. I land.
Interesting.
I got a
Um,
rebuttal.
Go ahead, the black.
Well, but he didn't answer the question. Like, do you know like what kind of white are you? Like, what's your heritage?
I'm white, man. That's
White is a
I'm not.
construct, man.
You had cut me off, so I'm not
Chase,
gonna
I'm Chase.
dignify
Hold
you
on,
with a
that's my
response.
mind. Hold on,
I
man,
don't like
down.
that.
Chase,
Oh,
wait a
okay, my
minute.
bad.
That's my mind. Hold on, Chase. If you can't handle this debate, you want to drop on down because we're going to give everybody their fair rebuttal and their fair shake. I want you up
I
here, but can you
respect.
please
I
not handle?
respectfully bow
Thank you
down
so
to the
much.
chat.
All right, thank you, Chase.
Yeah, appreciate it.
He's emotional. Get him up out of here.
Okay, so go ahead,
I
the
have a
black.
rebuttal.
Okay.
Hold on, Divine. Go ahead, the black.
She could go first.
Yeah.
Yeah. First, like, I don't understand why everybody is coming with these 1990, some probably early 2000 stats of us just pew pewing each other. If you actually look at updated numbers, crime is down in the black community, very low, and H sides are very low too. And then we have to remember that a lot of crime has been perpetuated by the government. We have historical proof of this, so it's not comparable to like y'all actual gangs that y'all have coming from Mexico, different parts of South America, knocking each other off and knocking other individuals off of different cultures. And that's why a lot of YT people, actual WASP, are distrustful of Hispanics and don't really look at y'all as their type of white and want y'all to go back across the border or downhill to the other side of the Americas.
The
So
black. Is he a
There a
Hispanic
Hispanic
white?
up here? What is this man talking about? I
that's
just said I'm white.
but your friend said you was
No,
like
that
you was
dude
a
is not my
Latino,
friend. He's a
but
goofy. No, he's not. He's
Right, they
Latino.
not
hold
friends,
on
the black. They not
and then
friends.
and then you said you from San Diego. You brought up some Hispanics in jail. So I
I
mean,
did not
obviously
eat. Nope,
you
you're not
understand the
listening.
Hispanic. Hold on, sir. Obviously, you understand the Hispanic. You know what I'm saying? Culture or plights because you were speaking like you are part of them or you near that culture. So I mean, I'm just
I'm sorry,
going.
but you're wrong. I could
I,
clarify.
that's why I asked you earlier, like, what type of white person are you? Because it's different whites. There's WASP. You have your Irish. You have your Germans. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I know you're not a WASP.
Let me clarify it real quick again. I never said San Diego. I never said I'm part Hispanic. I'm from the Bay Area,
Yeah, well, the
Oakland,
Bay
San
Area, same
Francisco.
thing, California.
Oakland, San Francisco is not the same thing.
I mean, it's
And
California.
if I had
Oh,
to,
okay, let them finish. Go
if I had
ahead.
to say what race, I think I'm mostly Italian and German.
Oh, okay, so you're white adjacent, and I question the German part because a lot of y'all want try to perpetuate the German thing and make it seem like because that's the closest thing to
Why ask
whiteness
me and
that
then tell me no?
I'm not denying this what you are. I said I question. You know what I'm saying? Like it's kind of hard to believe like a Italian and a German getting together like that. Knowing
Okay,
the
so
history between Italian and
what's the
Germans.
question, the black? What's the question you have?
Oh, he
My
answered.
grandfather was in the service, and he met my grandmother as a nurse, traveling. So yeah, people do you know have schmecks with each other. I mean that stuff does happen, my guy. It
Did you
happened
have
to your
any other
people.
questions?
No, you can go to the divine.
No, we gonna follow the order. Don D,
Oh, can I
She had a rebuttal.
Ooh, that was a
but we
tough one.
not go ahead, Divine.
Anyway,
it's not
Hold
rebuttal?
on.
Oh,
based
okay. I'm sorry.
based
Go ahead, Divine.
I just
But,
had a
but
question
what
because
are we rebutting? What he said about what are we rebutting?
well he
Didn't
said
he
that
answer the
he
prompt?
was talking about
Yeah, that we basically need to get it together within ourselves. Y'all disagree with that?
I disagree about it because he's talking from a Bay Area perspective, and I'm
Okay.
from the Bay Area,
All right,
and
go
he's
ahead,
saying he's
Divine.
from Central Valley, and Central Valley is Sacramento, like Stockton and all them. So, like, where are you
Not what I
really
said.
from, and why are you speaking up on the Bay Area in Oakland and San Francisco when we've had the Black Flight for years? There's barely any Black people in the Bay Area, so where are you coming from with this opinion? And Bay Area culture is Black culture, but what has been confiscated, and all the Black people are gone. So what are you talking about as far as coexisting? Because there is no
First of all,
coexistence.
I
There's
never
other
said I
people that
live in
took over the
Stockton.
Bay Area.
I'm from Diamond District in Oakland. I was born in Berkeley, so stop it, knock that off. I said I'm central part of California. That's what I said. And there is a bunch of BLK people still there because I'm around them blocks. What do you mean?
Bro, what you talking about? I work there. Ain't no Black people up in Oakland. What are you talking about? You have false narrative. But go ahead. Go ahead with the coexist.
That's it.
can
You
I
are
speak
there.
now?
Go ahead, D. I mean, Don.
Yeah, to answer the prompt, can we coexist? I think we can coexist, but we are already
Are you
coexisting.
African?
Yes, I am. Is that a problem?
Yeah, right now we're talking. I hold panels every day. Talk, and
I identify as Caucasian.
you do.
Yes.
You hear that man down?
Say it again. I'm sorry.
He's African, but he identifies as Caucasian as well.
Perfect. That's
Legally,
fine.
depending on what part of Africa he from, legally he can.
I mean, I'm just messing with you. I'll just go down. Don't worry.
There's
No,
people that say it's
do
true.
you really identify as Caucasian?
No, no, no. I'm just stuck in when you're trying to get me off.
No, but it's literally Africans that can legally
Yeah, I
label
know.
themselves as white in America. That's why she asked you, was you serious?
No, 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 no. It's only Moroccans and North Africans that are identify as whites in the United States.
So what did you come up here to say? What did you? I'm just curious to know.
No,
What
I
did
was
you
just
have to
trying to
add?
answer the prompt. I don't know. It's based on race.
Okay,
That's
can we coexist? You talking about with Africans, right?
now in America. Period. I've been here for almost
I
20
know,
years.
but can
So
we coexist with who? Because it's you see the American flags.
based on race, right?
Uh huh. But you consider yourself black, right?
consider myself American.
Child.
Yeah, I
Okay.
changed. I changed my nationality. So what else? I let go my my previous nationality. Now I'm American. I have children in the
You
service.
supposed to be a
So
hyphen American. Like
so
whatever your original nationality
yeah,
is birth, you supposed to be that hyphen whatever American.
yeah, yeah. I mean, my children are American. They're in the
No, they're
service.
still hyphen whatever you were
Nah,
American.
I don't believe in all that.
Okay, let me ask you a quick question, man down. You
Hmm.
say you a white American, right?
Yes,
You're
ma'am.
talking to me?
No,
Okay.
no, not you,
Not
Don.
you. He's scared of deportation, I think. Go ahead.
He's scared. Okay, so every night on this panel, we hear people from other countries. They tell, this is a little bit off topic, but since we got you here and you saying you white, and so they tell Black Americans this is the white man's country. Do you believe this is the white man's country?
I wish. No, it's actually we're doomed. We're getting watered down real bad. That's why I don't want to do any more race mixing. No, we're getting to be the minority. No, I don't like this. I don't like what's going on. It's definitely not our country.
So how do you feel about immigration?
That needs to stop. That's watering us down too. Of course, that's why I'm happy with this president.
Do you agree with Trump in the 14th Amendment and how he want to change birthright citizenship only applying to Black Americans?
I don't know who it applies to, but yes, birthright citizenship should. I'm with it. They shouldn't be allowed.
I mean, the way Trump wants it to be interpreted that birthright citizenship only applies to Black Americans, descendants of slaves that was here during the Civil War.
Well, that had nothing to do with me, does it?
Not really. So
Let's ask
no.
white people questions.
Hold, hold,
Why don't you
hold,
ask me
hold on.
about my
Hold on.
culture?
I'm about to ask you a white question. Cause you said your your grandparents were German and Italian, right?
Pretty sure that's what I was told. I got to do a 23andMe, I guess, to get you guys fully on
I mean,
board.
not the I don't care about the swab test. I mean, I rather show like documents of showing like what country they immigrated from. I'm sure they came during the 1920s.
Let me
Uh,
go get my documents. I'll be right back.
but you know that wouldn't apply that wouldn't apply to you too, right? They mean
I
you
wonder
like
if he really got documents. This should be interesting. Hey, Riri.
they should have
I'm being
ancestry.
facetious. I'm not going to get
Oh,
documents. Come on.
I
wow.
mean, you don't have your ancestry records. You don't have like your parent. I don't know if your
But the
parents are still
black, maybe
living.
you should explain to him because I don't think he knows what Black American what we're doing as far as the delineation movement, as far as focusing on our hold on, truly, as far as focusing on our ancestry and our connection to this land. Maybe you should explain because maybe he don't know. He probably thinking this is all weird. A lot of people do, it shocks them because they don't know what we've been up to, Black Americans. You want to shed a little light while you even mentioning his lineage and all that? Can you tell him a little bit what we doing?
Yes, I should look at. Okay, now if you look at main reason why a lot of Black Americans are agreeing with Trump interpretation of the 14th Amendment and birthright citizenship, because when you when you do your genealogical records of showing your family tree, most Black Americans can trace their lineage all the way to the inception of America. Just like many WASP in America can do the same thing. That's why you have Trump.
Can you tell him what a Black American is in case he under the thought process that all Black people are the same that's here
Oh
in this country?
yeah, you're right. Now, Black Americans are foundational Black Americans. What the original, who the original term of African American was supposed to apply to, is people who have been here since 1776 or before, and are a conglomeration of free people of color, Black natives, and descendants of African slaves. All those people who have been here since the inception all the way until now are different from the new up and coming immigrants that have been here since the 1960s or some the 1920s during the new Negro movement. And we're trying to establish a different demarcation and designation for those individuals and us. Kind of like how YT people do with the WASP and who's not a WASP and the white adjacent people. So the reason why I asked you that because if Trump wins this case and the Supreme Court rules in his favor, birthright citizenship will not only affect black black immigrants, it's going to affect Mexican immigrants, Hispanics, and also white immigrants who have came here after 1920. The Ellis Island people, because most people, especially YT people, really don't know too much of their heritage other than the stories that they've been given. And that's why a lot of people are somewhat against or scared about Trump interpreting it like this. And that's why I asked you, because you know it's going to affect you too. That's why I asked what type of white person are you when I came up.
So the Supreme Court rules in favor of it.
Yes, birthright citizenship legally would and should only apply to black Americans because that's what it was created for. Everybody else is supposed to come through the immigration law and become and nationalize themselves.
Yeah, but that's a big if. I mean, if those rules change, their U.S. born children, uh, yeah, they might not be citizens automatically, um,
Yes, that's supposed to be a good thing.
but they could inherit their parents' foreign citizenship instead. I don't know all the rules to it. I know that depending on how the rules written, some children might still qualify, but others may face legal gray areas. But I don't really care, to be honest. If that's my fate, then that's what it is. But I'm a pretty good critical thinker, and I have pretty good basic logic and common sense. Uh, I'm not going to be going anywhere, but if I do, then I'll live on that. But I'd rather have them do it anyways and take that chance. Just the same thing with the women deleting pregnancies at the rate that they're doing it, especially your women. Yeah, I'm okay with that one too.
That,
Get rid of that too.
I mean, that's propaganda. Our women really don't do that at a high rate.
Not propaganda, sir. I can show you the numbers.
Sir, hold
But
on.
Smallest
My
percent of
city,
the
my city
population
Borat,
did a
that
let
have
him
the
know
largest
about
unalivement of
desegregation.
pregnancy.
You know how all our numbers is lumped in with other people numbers and how, tell him that too.
yeah. That's the
Desegregation.
main
We're gonna
reason.
pick and choose. Okay, go ahead.
No,
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 this
no.
the main reason why we're trying to make sure we're separated from other melanated people or people who are labeled minority, because in America they play number games. That's why they have y'all white adjacent people lumping into their numbers when they want to and when they can't when they don't want to. That's why Africans can come over here and identify as black or white depending on what part of Africa they from. So that it affects us the most because you can have an African or a Caribbean do a crime or do something and it goes towards the black numbers. Just like you can have certain Hispanics, Afro Latinos do the same thing. Even when they just label stuff just minority,
Yeah,
it's the
because
same
with the
thing.
let me jump in here, man down. Because with a lot of white, well, some of them calling themselves heritage white now. What they're complaining about is a lot of the grapes that's going on, and they're saying that a lot of those people listed as white, making their numbers go up, is really Hispanics. It's
Right.
not them, but they are all lumped in as white because we all know who leads in that area, right? And they would say it's the white man, as far as great PDF and all those kind of crimes.
100%.
Yes,
But what
and
I'm what I'm what I'm what I'm saying is that on that rule, that I'm saying no matter what, I'm just saying y'all lead it. You want to say you don't, it's irrelevant because women, I hope we can agree, are having too many unalivements of pregnancies, and
Are
so
you
I'm for
incel?
that. I'm for that. I hope federally that goes, and I'm for this one about the non-citizenship, the birthright.
You like borderline incel red pill a little bit?
No, I'm not red pill, but you're also overdoing stuff. This is about future children that are born in the U.S. to non-citizen parents. Plus, I'm in my 40s. I don't give a crap. I mean, I already had my kids. I'm not tripping.
Then why you care? What somebody else do with their body? I mean, I could care less if it ain't my woman, no lady in my family, and it's her
Thank you.
decision. I could care less. I mean,
Well,
Okay,
I
so
do care about live humans. So
yeah, a lot of people care and don't care. So my question, truly has a question. But before I move on to truly, I have to ask you, what do you think the issue that you can see between Black Americans and white Americans is? What's your core issue, and do you even have an issue with Black Americans?
I don't really have an issue with them. Long, I don't. I keep myself from certain BLK individuals, but I also keep myself from some white individuals. No, I don't have a personal problem with them, but I see, like I said, really, to me, in my eyes, they treat each other worse than white people treat white people, and that's what I notice.
Even with all the grapes in your community and all the school unalivements and all
Yes,
the
even with that,
DUI
yes,
homicides, you,
100%.
I mean, because the way I look at it is, we
If
all
we're being
got
honest,
issues
if
in
we're
our
being genuine,
communities. We all got issues in our communities. So if I stayed away from, because of the grape numbers, it's astronomical. If I stayed away from every YT man, you know what I mean? That'd be kind of insane,
those
right?
are apples and oranges, ma'am. You know that, but that's
no,
fine. You could
not
be a little
really.
disingenuous.
No, no, I'm not. I'm just trying to make a, you know what I mean? I'm trying to make sure we
They
don't
wouldn't
leave
have
out.
I'm
Go
TV
sorry.
ahead,
What's
Truly.
shows.
apples to oranges?
Go ahead, Truly.
What's apples to oranges? I'm sorry. I was trying to figure out which apples to oranges. Grape and murder or herder.
I love
What's
TikTok
that?
Shop. I love
Those
TikTok
are
Shop.
not the.
I
Those
said
are not.
odor. I'm sorry. Odor. Grape and odor.
What?
I'm trying to figure out what you just said. That's apples to oranges. What was your comparison? I'm sorry.
What's the difference
I'm saying the
between the
lady asked
unalivings?
me. She asked me, "Do I have a problem with the BLKs?" I said, "Not really. It seems like the BLKs have problems with BLKs. That's the bottom line. They're knocking each other off. Is that not happening, ma'am?"
I think we all like close
I want to bring up
proximity.
white
No,
people.
I
What's
know.
that matter?
Close
But my thing
proximity.
is that this is not that's not just in one community, and that's in
Right.
every community. People who are around their like selves will hurt each other because we're around. Just like you, most likely white people who are around other white people, and that's why they do crime to other white people. The
Because
same thing
race
happens in
matters in
every.
the prison.
What you mean,
But this is the thing.
like family
What we're
H
saying is
side?
that it. Wait a minute. We're saying that you can't compare. Your people have a history of violence. History. You started out the most violent people. So there is no comparison. You're right. There's no comparison.
Every day, man. But
What
okay.
YT family unalivings are higher than compared to black people. Like they have dedicated TV shows just for YT unalivings and TV channels. It, the only reason, like, just because you don't see y'all crime on the news doesn't mean it's not out there happening. It's just too much to report on. That's why they make TV shows
Every
about it.
serial killer in American history,
And
except for two, are white men.
okay,
Every
so we
serial killer.
okay,
Every
well,
one.
unaliver,
Oh yeah, serial unalive.
unaliver.
I'm
Okay,
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm
and
sorry.
we're not going to do
All
the
of them. So you
comparison.
are very,
Let's
we're
move
not going to
away.
compare. Yeah, we're not going to compare.
Yeah,
I'm about to
let's
say that. We're not going to compare violence against violence because
right. I'm trying to
what you're
find a
around
common
every day
ground.
is normal.
Right,
How you
Chi.
advise. So that's my question. So
Right.
I'm trying to ask the question: why, if a person is not in your community, that you say you live and you said yourself we live in our own communities. Why would you have an opinion on the person if it's not someone or some people that's in your direct contact? I personally think, like the other person who said that desegregation was the worst thing that happened to our community. I believe that wholeheartedly in my heart. Not because I have a hate for people, it's because we thrive off of each other. And that's just how it's been because we only had each
And
other to
that's
survive with.
HATE. HATE. I love TikTok
We
Shop.
I said we thrive off of each
You
other.
said not because I have that word for other people.
Oh yeah, not I'm sorry, not because I have HATE for other people, just because we thrive in that community. When we see ourselves being great, we then become great. So I just feel like that was better for our community at this time. But when we are not, we the only thing we have to do is
I
live
didn't
in
mean
this
to bring
country
you up,
together.
Africa.
We're
I'm gonna
not
bring
going
you
to be
down.
politically aligned with each other, but we can coexist in our own communities, like we have been doing forever.
Okay, land your
Now,
plane, truly.
I understand you might have an opinion on what you think that is, our, I guess, deficiencies, but you guys have your own. And yes, most of you guys are also immigrants. Like,
Oh,
Thank you. I think what
okay,
I'm
thank you,
saying.
truly. I'm gonna rotate you down. Thank you.
I
Go
think what
ahead,
I'm
man, down. Then Johnny.
I think what I'm saying is, and the only reason that I'm speaking even on this is because I was asked the direct questions. I don't sit around all day talking with my friends. I could care less what you people do in your own culture. But because I was asked the question, I'm just telling you, I don't think it's that the coexisting is the problem. I see our own races need to take care of our own problems in our own race. So that's fine. You could say white on white. It doesn't really matter. What I'm saying is that shouldn't happen either. But I think the problem is that we see most of the crimes that happen are against ourselves, right? White on white, BLK on BLK. So it's not about coexisting. It's about coexisting with our own people, with our own race. Seems to be the problem, right?
Share the live and tap the screen. Hi, chat.
Thanks, Mom. Go ahead, Johnny. Hey, Johnny.
Hey, what's up? What's up? So we talking about black and white people, right?
Yeah, people classified
Okay.
as white.
So I'm gonna let you know when I talk about white, I'm talking about descendants of pilgrims. Like I'm talking about white, like white. I'm not talking about foreigners. I'm talking
Yeah, I
about like
understand, and we
I'm
just
talking about like
explained.
Tom Brady,
Right,
Peyton Manning, Kelly
right,
Bundy. Yeah.
right.
Okay.
And then we just
So
explained. Hold on, Johnny. The black just explained to man down what white was basically what we're doing as far as the delineation movement. Because I believe a lot of people that check that white box, they don't know. They just think they just white. Like I guess they don't understand what's going on here, Johnny. So
hey, I had a joke with the white boys, right? I was locked up 10 years, so I was locked up with white supremacists and all that, so it's funny. So I'll be hanging out with some white boys, and like a curly hair, like female will walk up like a light skinned Spanish or a light, a fair skinned person will come up and she'll act like she'll act like she has privilege or act like, you know, and I'll be like, you ain't white. And the white boys be like, nah, man, you can't do that. You can't do. I'll be like, man, she is not white, man. And I'm looking at her like, you better not go with these white boys. But they're like, nah, she white, she white. So they be doing the same thing the black people be doing. Like when they be thinking they white, the white boys take them in, letting them think they white, but don't be white when they get you in the woods. But if that's what you want to do, that's cool. But I ain't never had no problem with white folks. Honestly, man, my first white girl was white. I'm from Law, Maryland. So I'm American. I grew up very patriotic. So I'm a descendant of slave first. I'm a Smith first. You know what I'm saying? Being black is being a Democrat to me at this point. I hope y'all accepted that at this point. The ideology, the history, the movement, the culture, and everything. And being black is to accept all of that, and to be that.
that
So
is
the
Johnny's
answer is
perspective and point of view. So don't leave here thinking all black Americans are Democrats, because that's totally not true. Thank you, Divine. That's totally not true. But go ahead, Johnny. You know you my boy, but I'm not a Democrat. Go ahead.
yeah. So for so for these people with this ideology to coexist with somebody like Kelly Bundy or somebody like anybody seen Roseanne, like if you think you can go home to the Connors, we're talking about systematic racism and reparations. Like, I mean, you got to be able to switch up your conversation. Like, you can't be black with a black identity, black ideology, and everything that you think in your mind is based on being black, which is majority Democrat. Let me ask you this question. What about being black isn't being Democrat? Think about that. But I'm just saying, if you're able to switch it up and, be versatile, that's cool. But you got to be able to switch it up. Like, you got to be able to have some empathy. Like, I can hang out with Spanish, I can hang out with El Salvador, I can hang out with Cuba, Dominican Republic, I can hang out with a Haitian Orthodox kosher person, and I can hang out with a hillbilly from Appalachia, or somebody from Texas. Like, I'm able to switch up like that. You know what I'm saying? So you got to be able to be versatile and have empathy in your personal relations. If you think it's all about the black identity and all that, no, you can't. You can't coexist with nobody else but black people because your mind is stuck in one place.
Shout out to that Johnny Black. Man down, you got anything to add to what Johnny just said?
Except for the Democrat part, I feel bad for any BLKs that drank that Kool Aid. Nah, you don't. The Democrats duped you. They fooled you.
Shout out to that. Let's move on to Asia. Asia,
I
hey.
think I
Go
think that's
ahead, the
that white.
Black.
I think that's that white girl on Johnny's shoulder because she is Italian. That's why he probably
No,
sympathized with her.
I got the one from Norway in there now. That's Epica. That's smooth style. Yeah,
Oh,
I
okay,
ain't got
okay,
just one of them. The black. Yeah, I ain't got
okay,
just one of them. I got a few of them joints. Yeah, I
okay.
got
Thank
a
You
few
you.
in
of
that
them
Thank you.
joints.
diverse
Thank you.
snow. You in a diverse snow. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm
Italian. I
gonna.
can go
All right, let's
Norway.
move the
All right,
conversation
got it.
on. Go ahead,
Okay, so
Asia.
I'm going to read the prompt. Can we coexist? And my response to that is, I cannot coexist with people who think they're superior than me, and they look down on me. That is the issue. I know that maybe the white supremacists think that they run this country, and they feel like we're starting to outnumber them, and it's a worry to them, and they're laughing at what we're doing to each other's community, and things like that. So how can I coexist with someone who's not a part of really trying to help us be better, and being only way that you feel like it's being better is if you're controlling, or you're acting like you're my superior. That's my only issue. But if I can, have someone, and we're on the same level and we grow together, that'll be fine. But we have an issue with these I have an issue with someone who's acting as if this is their land after all the crimes and things that they did to the people, and then has speak so low of everyone else and think that you're entitled just because you're a white person who, or WYT person who came and took a land and took advantage of other people. And now I'm supposed to bow down to you, and that could never happen. So that would be my issue with coexisting. But if it was someone who, I could tell that they're not racist, then I could deal with them. But other than that, I don't even see how we can coexist with the mindsets of some of these people.
Okay, thank you. So, man down, can you explain to us? Can you explain to me? You said this is your land. Can you explain to me what thought process you have to say that?
Another thought process. I'm American. This is my land. What do you mean?
Like,
Right. So what I mean is, okay, yeah, I'm American too, so it's my land too. You're right. I mean, what
Yeah.
made you say that though? What
So
made you
so
say
there it
this
is.
my
There.
land?
So end of discussion, right?
No,
not
I mean,
really.
I'm American too, bro.
yeah, we all Americans.
And it's your land too. What is the
Yeah.
problem?
No,
Cause
don't calm down now, man down. You said you can come up here and don't please don't get irritated. I don't understand that. But I'm just asking because one reading that statement and looking at you as a white man that you said you were, they would assume you're saying this is the white man's land. So I just wanted to clarify that a bit, if that was okay with you, man down.
Yeah, someone up
Said he
here
was
said
white.
Wait a minute, hold
someone up
on.
here someone
Yeah.
up here said it's not your land or their land, and I said it is my
Oh,
land. That's
okay. Oh,
it.
you
That was
was
the response.
responding. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, he's a white. He's white. He said he's white.
And
Go ahead,
and
the
He,
black.
he,
and
he's
real
white
and
adjacent,
real
Johnny.
quick, someone said also about advantages. Everyone since the beginning of time, I put it down in the chat, has taken advantage of leverage.
Except those who never had leverage, right?
You to tell me you've never had any kind of leverage in your life? Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Only what I worked for.
No leverage at all? Think about it. Not
No.
gender leverage, not okay.
No, not for. I don't think a lot of Black Americans feel like they. I mean, you know, what I mean, you probably wouldn't. You know, I'm here to tell you. I don't know if you ever asked that to a group of Black Americans, but I don't know any Black Americans that felt like they had leverage. I feel
I
like,
speak with I speak with a group of black Americans every day
and
on a
they tell
panel.
you
I
they
think
had
as a
Every day.
leverage.
woman, I
Hold
And
on,
think
they
as a
don't act like
Asia.
woman,
victims. They
Hold on,
don't play
Asia.
victim.
So no, okay. So what leverage did they tell you they had? I'm curious to know that. Maybe I'm mistaken and it's a leverage that I don't know, that I probably feel like I have, but I just don't look at it as leverage. So can you tell me?
I don't know your life, man, but in some part of life, you've taken advantage of some leverage, whether it be you have more education than somebody, or you know somebody that could help you get in a job faster than your friend. I mean, you know what leverage means? Leverage in stocks, leverage. Someone has had leverage at some time and taken advantage of it. Is that not true, or are we going to be disingenuous?
Just
Black
right?
because
Americans.
I'm not trying to be disingenuous. That's why I asked you the question. Is it a leverage
Let
that
me
I
pull up
might
the
have?
meaning.
Okay, I know what leverage mean. I just don't see where I've had.
I feel
Hey,
like
let
as
me
a
ask
woman,
y'all, Asia,
mhm.
what leverage do you feel like you had some type of leverage in your
Aisha
life?
loves. Okay, okay, yeah. I feel like as a black woman, I would hear black men say that they get pulled over for no reason, but I think that that's a leverage I may have
Oh,
over,
okay.
and it's easier for me to get certain kind of employment, so it could be
Okay, well,
a
I've
little
been pulled
leverage
over
over
by the
someone.
police before too as a black woman and been let go.
Yeah.
So,
So they
okay, I
so
guess
they
I got
take it
that
and run with
leverage.
that. They take that and they run with that. But I just don't like, how they could become very hateful about it, but
HATE for
oh,
HATE for I
HATE
love
for,
TikTok
yeah.
shop. Okay, well I didn't look
Hmm.
at that as leverage. I just thought, you know what I mean, he let me go. But okay, Rev,
Hmm.
you have any leverage you want to speak of?
Leverage. Can we call this leverage? No, I don't really think so. I don't think it's a even leverage board to me. You
Okay.
know, it's nothing balanced out to me. I'm 69 years old. I've been around, I've been around here for a while.
Okay, hold on, man down. You
And
can go after
it's,
Rev. Go ahead,
Yes,
Rev.
yes.
and it is a shame. Excuse me. It's a shame for me to been around 69 years to see how things then got not better, you know, it got worse. And all these different immigrants and, what have not. And as far as blacks and whites are concerned, we should have enough between going through what we've been going through long enough. We should be holding this down by now. We should have much more respect between each other. And I lay my plane down like that.
Yeah, and I totally agree with you, Rev. That's why sometimes, when I talk to a white American like over on X, I got a chance to be exposed to some real white Americans, like the pilgrims, like the people who've been over here as long as us. And it's a whole nother mindset. You know what I mean? Some of them, you're right, they
Yes.
feel a certain kind of way about black Americans, but it's still a whole nother mindset than what new arrivals have about the black American. Go ahead, man down. You raise your hand. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, just for some clarity to Rev and anybody else on the panel, the host asked me a question because I made a response to somebody and also I made a response in the comments. I think it was to Aisha that was talking. I'm not sure, but they said something to the effect of, "We took advantage," and all I said was, "Tell me one person on the panel that would not, what human does not take advantage, does not use leverage when they have it." And if you're saying you've never used any kind of leverage to get something, then you're being disingenuous. You're lying. So there's a difference between taking advantage of someone or using your leverage. You know what I'm saying? Like if you would have had that leverage, maybe you would have used it. I don't know.
And you probably use the leverage of your
It's
whiteness,
all about.
your white adjacentness. Hold on, go real. You probably use your white adjacentness as leverage, but you still haven't answered my question because I am interested
Hold
in
on, Johnny. We gonna rotate the stage. Thank you. You can come back up. Go ahead, the black. My bad. I gotta bring somebody back up.
you good. I am interested in because you references this was your land, and just being American, I feel like that doesn't equate you it's being your land. And since you come from Germans and Italians who are just newly becoming white, like what have your ancestors built to make this your land, other than probably fighting in the WAR to get citizenship and manumission?
Exactly.
You don't have to do too
So
much.
then,
You
who
have
would you
leverage.
propose? Whose land is it? Would you propose?
I mean, to be honest, like I said, after the Civil War, it was considered a white and black country. It was for the WASP and the Negro. All these other people start coming in during the 1920s to suppress both people and add to more racial anguish.
Indians and Hispanics weren't in here for, like, it's just crazy how we have the
Hold
audacity
on. We
to
got to be
talk.
factual. We
That's
do have to be
crazy.
factual because
It's our
majority of
land.
these, but majority of these federal tribes, they legally have to prove that they was reclassified as Negro at one point in time. So, like most of y'all so-called mestizos that was part of Mexico, that doesn't count. Mexicans, the Spanish, they lost a battle against white and black people, and they conceded and sold out some land. That's why y'all are no longer over here. Y'all have a border. We could have kept on expanding, but we chose to let y'all stop right there, and we ended it right there. So I don't understand why y'all try to like mismatch history. And then the five civilized tribes, they also had slaves. And the Southwest Indians, they got pushed into reservations and signed treaties. So these other people, they didn't actually build anything in America to be tangible. White and black people built America,
Let's
mostly
go.
black
Let's
people,
go.
but
Let's go with your narrative then. Let's just say that for humor, I'll humor it. Let's just say that that's true. If this is not my land, because I'm going to keep saying it is, but we could agree to disagree. If it's not my land, you know the least that I would do would be respectful to someone letting me in their house and letting me lay my head down here and let me live here because I respect this land a lot more than some of these people I see out here.
Shout out to that. Shout out to that. And I will have to add on
I
respect the
agree.
people in the land. Respect the people in the land. When you come to somebody else's country, I believe whether they black or white, I believe people should come here and respect, you know what I mean? We should respect other people who come here as well, but I think the people should get respect. Shout out to that. I gotta agree with that. Hey Bobo, how you doing?
I'm
Bobo
fabulous.
Taco.
Thank you for having me. Hey, thank you for having me. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well, welcome. So tonight we are discussing can we coexist? It was meant to be for black and white Americans, other people are welcome, but if we're going to keep it on black and white Americans or people who go under the umbrella of whiteness. So what do you have to add? Can you speak to the prompt so we can hear your perspective and then we all can go from there?
Uh, yes, ma'am. Absolutely. We can all coexist. Why can't we coexist? I'm curious about that, and I haven't heard a good. I've been on your panel for a few minutes, host. I haven't heard a good answer why we can exist together.
While we can exist, I think I'll give my perspective. I think at some point, we've fought side by side. This is to the real, not well. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but the white Americans whose lineage been here as long as the black Americans. We fought in the Revolutionary War side by side. We fought in the Civil War side by side. Every war in this country, it has been black Americans and white Americans, and also people who came later, the immigrant groups. So it's crazy to me that, after 400 plus years, some would say more, that we still have to have topics like this, because people from other countries, they come here every day and tell the black Americans, this isn't your country, this is the white man's country. It's a whole big narrative about the black Americans. And, hopefully one day we can coexist, because who else gonna save this country except the real Americans? Or we all are doomed. That's my opinion. Some people might
Exactly. That's the
disagree.
point.
Can I say something? I'm not.
Yes.
I'm not. Maybe I'm not on that side of TikTok or that side of social media, but I, I don't see that. I don't see where we can coexist, where our ideologies are so different that we can't agree. And I no, I refuse to believe that. And honestly, DeBlaze, what did you say? Hold on, let me go back. You had asked me what kind of white person I am. What does that mean? I want DeBlaze, the DeBlack. I'm sorry, DeBlack, to answer
You
that,
you
please.
You
you
What
got
do
gotta
you
to
mean by
explain
that?
it over to Black. Explain it to
like
her.
what's your ethnicity? What country did your grandparents come from? Or do you know when when your people came here? Your
Yes.
ancestry came to America.
Yes, sir. The late 1700s. I am, let's see, what did they say? I am Cherokee, Black Dutch. I don't know what that means. Somebody go look up Black Dutch for me. Um,
It's literally what it means. The black people that was Dutch that came over here,
so Black Germans. I've
kind
seen
of like black
several.
Germans.
I've seen several different definitions, so I've been reluctant to say which one is right because I've seen so many.
Yeah, it was what back then what they considered the dark uh, Dutch people.
I'm pretty light skinned though. Like I'm well, to be fair, I'm like pasty pale, like pastry pale.
Can I jump in here too? Are we popcorning? Because I just want to comment.
We gonna let you go next. But you can finish. You said you Cherokee, Black Dutch, and what else?
Irish and North Ireland, not Ireland, North Iceland. That was what my DNA showed up. I don't know what all that means.
I mean, okay, not but outside of the DNA ancestry test, like, do you know like your documented ancestry and like your family tree ancestry and
As far when
how
we
far
came
that
to
goes into
America,
America? Yeah.
so we came to America. I came under my Irish ancestors. And I lost them for a while. And my thought is I lost them for a while because they were stupid poor and there were no records kept for them. I have no idea what they did up until about 1936 ish when I found a relative that had joined the army.
You
So can
see,
you go past 1936?
As far as what my ancestors did, yeah,
Yeah,
they were
like
poor.
documented ancestry. Can you go past 1936? Because like if that's the farthest you can go, that's probably when your ancestry first came here. And this,
No. You missed what I said earlier. No, my ancestors came here in the late 1700s.
but not to cut you off or
Okay.
we have to understand most white Americans don't truly understand and know their ancestry because just like us, a lot of documents was destroyed during the 1900s because they had an influx of immigrants and some they was trying to hide and they was changing people names during the
Well, hold on. Are
eugenics
you
Correct.
era,
wait, hold on. Are
during
you
the
trying to tell
eugenics
me that my
movement.
documents have been destroyed?
Many people documents from all different races were destroyed during the eugenics era. When that became unfavorable during the 1930s, they destroyed many records and documents across the nation. They was
Can you speak to the fact of most Black Americans, how our lineage goes back to the 18s? Go ahead.
Yeah, and most
Proven on
actual
the
Black
census
Americans,
records, proven records. Go ahead.
yeah, and most Black Americans can actually trace their lineage either to the American Revolution. Some can go past that to these different colonies that ruled in different places, and only between 15 and 27% of white Americans actually can trace their family lineage to the founding fathers or the the pilgrims that came over here. And if you actually look at the surnames of the founding fathers, people try to hash it up to just slavery, but you don't have that many YT people in America that have those remaining surnames. And that's why you have Trump calling out different politicians and senators that are not considered WASP, which was a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. Because you say you were Irish, the Irish didn't become white until the 1920s. They was considered potato niggas.
No, that's definitely not true at all.
Yes, they was.
No,
You
no, it's
you do
not.
the.
No, it's not.
Hold on.
Listen,
First,
no, it's
the
not. No, no,
Irish
no, no,
started
listen. I'll
off
let you
in
go. Hold on.
America
Wait,
as.
wait. Host,
Hold
I
on,
let
hold
them
on,
talk.
hold on, Mel. Hold on, Mel. The Irish first came to America as indentured servants. That's documented history. Then they became slave catchers. Like in between, they was considered more than slaves, but they was considered free white people, or you know what I'm saying. Uh, Someone was still considered, you know what I'm saying, white slaves, but when you go towards the 1920s, when they started the term of WASP and tried to separate different white people coming from Europe because they want to establish a hierarchy. That's when y'all
Okay.
slowly start becoming white. That's all
Okay.
I'm saying, and that's
Right.
documented factual history.
Okay, go ahead, Bobo. You want to talk? Go ahead. Oh, and let me just add real quick, Bobo. No disrespect, but a lot of people find this so hard to believe. And one thing, I'm not saying Black Americans are always right, but we, this is the only country we know. This is the only country we have. So we know a lot about it. But go ahead, Bobo.
I see what you just said, Wondering Soul. But listen, like I've done my own research. I've done my own history, especially for my own personal lineage. No, I'm sorry, Blaze. I can't agree with you on that. And when somebody tries to say something, you seem to just kind of cut them off. I'm just being honest. And host, I really do like your live. I really do. I
Thank
really
you.
do.
Thank you. You can finish your
Been pretty
talk, but
fair to the white people.
hold on, huh? What you
I'm
say,
sorry.
Mother?
Just said to be honest, she's been pretty fair. This is the most I've ever gotten to talk on a BOK or a woman's panel, so thank you for that.
When y'all always welcome to grab a mic.
Yes,
Let
you've
me
been
see.
great. Thank you.
Asia, thank you for coming up. I'm gonna rotate the stage. You can come back up. I just want to get somebody new. Thank y'all for the gifts. Go ahead and finish what you was. What's the confusion? You go ahead, Bobo.
I am so sorry. I need to go check on my husband. I'll be right back.
Oh,
I
okay.
will come
I'll
right
say.
back. If you
Just
want
go
to
ahead.
take me down, I'll be in
Uh-uh.
chat. I'll be right back.
No, go ahead. Yeah. So, Tigo. Oh well, no, Eden. Go ahead, Eden.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond. Hey, everybody in the room. Someone's off mute because I can kind of hear him. But I just wanted to say because she had said she was Cherokee, and I think she doesn't have the reality that she may be a descendant of the $5 Indian. She is not indigenous to America. I am actually Cherokee. The actual term is Aniwanwia. Okay, I have 14 generations on paper. In Georgia, my family is a part of the Daughters of American Revolution, Hawkinsville. All right. So what has happened with these Caucasians who they actually came here from 1896 to 1943. The people she speaks of, the Irish, the Spaniards, all these people were melanated people. Okay. The Caucasians came here by way of the incubator babies. Okay.
England, do you like people using the term pretendian?
Oh, I could care less. I have paperwork. It don't even matter. It
Go
don't, that
ahead.
don't, yeah, that don't have nothing to do with me. Like they can say that, but they're just ignorant. But everything that's going to be restored for Black Americans is going to come by way of indigenous folks. That's what we see happening right now. But anyway, the era that her family got here is the era of the infantorium, 1896 through 1943. Okay, that was Dr. Cooney, 1896, demonstrated by technology, the Berlin Exposition before bringing it to the U.S. All right, so they were what you call the Cabbage Patch Kids. This is what you call the incubator babies. You can look all this stuff up. But what these Caucasians have done, unfortunately, is they have co-opted our identity through the census. This is the reason why they had things like the Indian Removal Acts, where they have gotten the land, the Homestead Act, even after the Civil War, that the Confederate flag is not actually an American flag. That is the Iroquois indigenous people, our people, which was we fought in the Civil War. That was the Southern tribes against the Moors in the North. All right. So Caucasians, unfortunately, through the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers, were given a fake history through the education system that was created in 1907 that wrote these Caucasian people into our history. All right. The Black Americans. And what you see happening right now through Donald Trump is he's waking it all up. Okay. He's waking all this up. This is why the funding's being cut. This is the reason
Okay.
why, the 14th Amendment, all this is happening. So I mean, I feel sorry for Caucasians, just to get to their prompt.
All right.
I feel sorry
If you
for
can
some of
land your
them.
plane.
I'm about to. I'm just saying, do I think that we can coexist today? They're finding out right now that this country isn't theirs. They're finding out right now. That's why they're going into these little bunkers in
Okay,
some.
thank you. Land your plane.
Okay, I'll stop because obviously I don't know why you do this when I get on your page, but okay.
I don't even remember you ever being up here, but have a good night.
You had a timer. It's pretty easy to follow the instructions.
Okay, Tigo, hey, oh, helicopter, did you have something you wanted to say?
No, I can wait until after old boy go.
Okay, go ahead, Tigo. Hey.
Thank you for allowing me on the panel. I just wanted to answer the prompt really quickly. Can we coexist? I would say to start off, just theoretically, I believe, yeah, in a perfect world, we all can coexist. We have the technology and the
Let me just
resources.
say something. Let's try to be respectful. Like, I don't want people saying stuff like coming up here calling people $5 Indians, pretendians. I stop all that. So, you know what I mean? I don't want to have a hostile conversation. I don't want people to get triggered and then I lose my whole space and what I'm trying to do here and run my panel in a respectful way. So I take it personal when people come up, just we're going to try to respect each other as best as we can. That's all I'm asking. I want a diverse panel. I don't want people to feel attacked when they come on my panel and we can't never have these discussions. That's my only motive here, is to have a respectful conversation. Go ahead, T-Gold.
Okay. I was just saying that theoretically, I do believe that, we can all coexist because we have the technology and the resources and just the historical accounts of things that have happened over the many, many years here in America. But I guess to sort of undo that, no, we can't coexist because we don't live in a theoretical world. We live in a real world, and our existence has been, unfortunately, subsequent to those who are apparently now in power, as you want to say, of the dominant society. And I felt like they've had ample amount of time to correct a lot of things and make a more equitable society for everybody so that we can live in harmony, and they just simply won't do it, which makes it even worse because once again we have the technology and the resources to do so, but unfortunately they won't do it. That's why we're asking for reparations and things like that to address the harms, but they haven't done that, so no, we can't coexist. And I that's all.
Thank you, Tigo. Any one of you, Man Down or Bobo, I don't know if Bobo back, but Man Down, you got anything you want to say?
I just told them good luck with the reparations. You can poop in one hand and wish in the other. See which one fills up first.
Want me to respond? Okay, so
You can.
generally speaking, that's ignorant speaking once again. These are things
What
that
did he say,
he
Tigo?
said that you can poop in one hand. Basically, good luck with that, and nah, it ain't gonna never happen. And then so many words. The typical, I would like to say, YT supremacy talking
And
points.
you know
Um,
what's disheartening about that, and that's for the Black Americans. I'm gonna speak to us. That's another battle. You know what I mean? We
mhm.
fought in every war. We worked our ancestors. The blood runs deep in on this land, and it's basically a lot of the that I talk to on X, a lot of the heritage, the people, the white Americans that have been over here as long as us. A lot of them think we deserve it. We just got to figure a way out that to make that happen. A lot of those people who've been here as long as us, they understand. It's I gotta say it's the immigrants that we fighting against that now can claim white, or they got their numbers up. You know what I mean? That's what I'm seeing happen. But a lot of the white Americans that's foundational, not foundational, but they call themselves heritage. They agree, but we got to figure out a way to do it. But it's a lot of the other stuff in the way. The middle, the people who got here, the Islanders and the immigrants today, even the melanated ones. That's the challenge. Go ahead, Tigo.
I mean, I see your standing point. I think you're a little bit more forgiving than I am. I honestly don't see that. Quite frankly, I think they've allowed them to come and run up those numbers. They had allies. We showed them promise and friendship,
I
and
agree.
they turned their back on us. So I don't even respect the heritage American. I don't believe they've been here as long as us. That's why I said I can't, to the reparations thing. And just one last thing. No, it's not Italian supremacy because there are many different types of Italians. That's just white tea supremacy talking point, man down.
I was being facetious, but thank you.
It don't matter.
That's
But
what I was
that's
gonna
something
say.
real deep and dear to us. We've been fighting for that for hundreds of years. And, go ahead, the Black Den Helicopter. Thank you for the gifts. Shout out to all the people gifting me and the panel. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to my amazing chat. Y'all hear from me every night. I appreciate y'all. Go ahead, the Black.
Yeah, that's what
Take
I
me
was
down,
gonna
by the way.
say. That's what I was gonna say. I agree with you, love, because when you actually force YT people to delineate, and you see who's saying what, it's really these DEI white folks, these dumb European immigrants that came here after 1920 or after 1890, and they have been the main ones to slow down or actually building and mending our American harsh legacy. So I don't really just pay attention to these white adjacent folks. That's why I question their heritage, and I want them to be proud of who they are, because I don't want them to claim any white American heritage that they had nothing to do with. It just makes no sense. If we're going to gatekeep our history in America, I at least want to help them gatekeep theirs, and some show them a better way to disaggregate.
Why would we gatekeep any history?
What you mean? That's what
I just
America
came back. I'm so
does.
sorry. Thank you for
America
keeping me up.
gatekeeps history, and we curate it a certain way.
Oh, I think we actually distort
Hold
history and
on,
corrupt
Taco. Hold
history.
on,
I'm so
Bobo.
sorry.
Taco. No, that's okay. Hold on, Bobo, Taco. And hold on, Man Down. Prime example, revenue. You said we're now revenue, Man Down, and Bobo Taco. He's from Jamaican heritage. I don't know. How long you been over here, Revenue?
98.
Since 1998, and he says we're begging for white people's approval. So this is one thing we have to go through, as far as the black immigrants. come, you know what I mean? They tell us this is not our country, this is the white man's country. You know, we want to hopefully find a way to coexist with white America as well, like we have been doing for hundreds of years. Like I said, we fought side by side in the Revolutionary War, the Civil War, etc. Yes, and then we will go back to fighting each other. But this has been our land. We have shared for centuries, and we have to deal with white immigrants. You know, what you say, white adjacent immigrants. This is what the Black America have to deal with. We have to deal with the melanated immigrants too, who you know. So I just wanted to let y'all know what we're going through, the Black Americans. You know what I mean? While we still have to show pride and fight for the country that we love, because this is our homeland. We don't have a Jamaica or a Africa continent or nowhere else to go to. This is what we have. So we want to keep it where we can all live and our kids can live and thrive like we have been doing here for centuries. Now go ahead, share your thoughts, Revenue. You said we're trying to kiss up to the white people. Can you explain why you feel that way? Because we want to have a conversation with white people.
Yeah, I just feel like FBA talk very disrespectful to black immigrants. But now it seems like when white people are on the panel, they have their R&B voice on, they have their soft voice on. Black
Have I ever
immigrants.
disrespected you on this
No, no, no,
panel?
no. I'm not talking about you. I'm not
But you
talking
in
about
my
you.
comments saying, because I am a Black American, so you in my comments saying though that we want white people approval.
I'm talking about the other participant
I,
on
I
the
I know you
panel.
ain't talking
I'm
about me
not getting
because
the impression that
I,
anybody
I,
on
I
this
just
panel
Hold
think
has my
on.
approval.
I just
I'm
think
just being
black
honest.
immigrants never enslaved. About
hold on. I know you ain't talking about me because Bobo just said the same shit y'all be crying about. The black don't let me speak. The black don't let me speak. Like, come on, I don't want
No,
to hear
no,
that
didn't say
shit.
that.
I ain't gonna let y'all lie.
can I
Okay,
at
now
least land my
hold
plane?
on. One mic. Yes, go ahead and land your plane because I
I
want to hear
just
what Bobo got to say.
I
Go
just
ahead,
feel
because it's not fair to the Black American. We got to fight all these people in the country that we helped build. It's
right.
just not fair, and we getting sick of it.
I just feel like black immigrants never enslaved black Americans.
But you
Black
sold
immigrants.
them. But you sold them. You helped sell them, though, didn't
I'm
you?
from Jamaica. I never sell.
So
I
what?
didn't.
Well, you said Black immigrants. You didn't say Jamaica.
Right, but I'm just
Y'all
speaking in
y'all
general.
sold y'all
Hold
sold
on.
out people.
Can
Y'all
I can
sold
I at
out
least can
people.
I at least land my plane?
Go ahead,
Black
Reverend.
immigrants didn't put black Americans through Jim Crow, segregation, redlining, gerrymandering, voting laws. We never put black Americans through none of that. So I find it very interesting now that white people are on the panel, they're now handling white people with kitty gloves. This man literally just got up here and said no to reparations. Every black country in the world said yes to reparations. Every white country in Europe, in America, Israel, and Argentina said no to reparation. But yet FBA had the most gripe and the most
But you said this the white man country, so what's your problem with us? You said we ain't did nothing. You know, y'all say we
it
ain't
it,
did nothing.
it is the
Y'all don't
white
gotta
man.
listen to us. This
What
the white man country, so why
what
shouldn't we be nice to him?
wait, hold on. The white man gave black Americans Liberia. He said, listen, I'm gonna give you your own country, which is Liberia. They didn't take that offer. They chose to stay in America
Why should
and
we
I
leave our country so y'all can come?
well, if you're gonna complain about white supremacy and complain about immigration, you had your own country where you could have built it up for your own people instead of building up America for white people. That's my point. Uh, Black immigrants are the least of your worries. I don't understand. People come up here, they call black people monkeys, savages, uncivilized. If honestly, if I close my eyes and I listen to some of these
Toughen up,
FBA talk,
baby.
I would think they're white supremacists. I just don't understand that now. People are not being they're not.
Why we
They
just
don't
can't
have the
be
same
Americans?
fire,
But why
huh?
we can't? Why we got to be white supremacists? Why we just can't love our country and want the best for it? Anytime a Black American speaks against immigration or anything that we feel is hurting our country, we got to be trying to
What
be white adjacent. We just
what
American.
Well, white people don't have a
Can
problem
I?
with white South Africans coming to this country. They give them farming land. They give them every.
Man down
No,
said
no,
he
no.
don't
The
want
white Amer-
immigration at all.
Well,
Yeah,
they love
the
they
real
love
white
white South
Americans
Africans.
don't want
They
that
don't
though.
have no problem with white immigrants.
their
No,
problem
no,
with
hold on,
black
revenue.
immigrants,
Hold on, revenue.
and it
Don't
seemed
don't
like
lie
as
like
being the
that.
same side
Real
as
white
white
Americans don't
supremacists.
want no immigrants here,
That
just like
that's a
we
lie,
don't.
sir.
No,
They
real
love
wasp. Hold on,
Ukrainians.
hold on,
They
hold on, hold on.
love
We gotta
they
go
Hold
to the
on,
love South.
revelation.
Revenue. We want to hear from Bobo and Man Down. You can stay up here because you know what? I brought Revenue up here, Man Down and Bobo, so y'all can get a better look, and maybe y'all can go tell y'all friends with the black community, the ones that don't support immigration, and see what's happening here in with this country. So y'all can just so y'all can get a look at what the black American is going through. And quite frankly, you know, maybe y'all will say something. I don't know. Go ahead,
This is why we're
Bobo.
I'm really
delineating.
curious. Like Queen Khalifa just said I was property of the state. Well, what the fuck does that mean? What do you mean I'm property of the state? I don't
I
even
don't
know what
know.
that
I don't know
means.
what that means either. I don't know who said it.
I,
But can
Don't
you
worry.
it's in
respond
your
to what you
chat.
just? Okay, don't look at the chat. My chat is something else. I love them. But
From
if you
different
I
can,
mean,
diverse
they haven't been the
yes,
backgrounds.
nicest.
right. It's all kind of people in the chat. It's black Americans, black immigrants, Hispanics, everything you can think of is in that chat. Okay, so do y'all want
And
to?
please tell y'all
I'm,
chat to come to Love's World.
Yeah, y'all come on back. Okay, so Bobo, did you, other than with the chat saying, did you have anything to respond to what Revenue said?
I, I'm not really sure why. So we're so focused on the past, right? Like everybody's talking so much about the past. At what point do we move forward and progress? When do we do that? When do we say, all right, we're done with the
When
past?
rights
Now
are wronged, when rights have been wronged, okay, that's
Exactly.
all. It
well,
can
hold
be
on. But now I'm
centuries.
going to ask you, how hasn't it been? Let me ask you, based on some of the things I've heard on this panel, how do I have me as a white tea lady, as a white tea, and I take that offensively. I'm sorry. I don't like that. Me, how do I have more privilege than people on
Hey
this panel?
Rev, I'm gonna rotate
I'm
you down
asking.
so I can bring some new people up.
You don't.
Okay,
Thank
I
cool,
you.
mean,
All
cool.
right,
I
thank
legal.
you.
Hold
Thank you,
on, go
Rev.
real,
yeah.
cause
Hold on,
cause
but
Wait,
that's
go Rev.
imaginary
Hold on.
privilege.
hold on. You're correct. I think it is imaginary because I still hadn't found my privilege, literally.
You said the black you won't go Rev to stay up here for a minute.
No, no, he
Just
can say,
based
but
on
Okay.
what I've
I was
seen
just letting him
and what I've
let Bobo
heard,
talk, cause I want to hear about
And
this
come
privilege
down.
that she.
And come down,
I
sis.
also do.
Okay.
I just based on some of the things that I've seen in the chat and some of the things I've heard on the panel.
Don't worry
You
about the
guys,
chat. Please don't, Bobo.
well, but they're your people, and I care about what they
Who?
say.
Well,
I
I
No,
hold
don't
on, but
know
hold on.
all of them. I got my supporters, but
we
people, I
just
don't
said
know
it's
But
a
all
I
the
see.
diverse
people.
chat.
But hold
We
on,
have
it
people that
is,
don't like us. We have people that like us in the chat.
and I'm
Like
okay,
you
and I'm
have
okay with that.
different Black Americans from different ideologies and Black backgrounds. You got Africans in the chat.
You're
You got
100%.
tethers like Revenue that's in
I've
the
been on
chat.
lives
So
before. You are correct. I get
Okay,
it.
but what
I
did you
do.
have to say? You saying about the
I,
past? Go ahead, Bobo. I'm gonna give you some
but
time.
my concern is, and my question again, my same question. How do I have, based on the things I've seen in chat and on the panel, heard on your panel, how do I have it better as a YT lady? How do I have a better opportunity than Black people in this country? And I'm saying that based on things I've heard on your panel and things I've seen in your chat. I'm asking a genuine question.
Okay,
Bobo,
so
are
get
you
ready for the
serious?
answer, Bobo. Somebody, helicopter. Can you tell her the
Yes,
answer
please, helicopter.
respectfully? Go ahead.
Give me a second. Give me about 30 seconds.
Okay. Can somebody answer that? Boat. Are you a Black
Yeah,
American?
I
I
can
love
answer that.
research, and I'm
Native
assuming that's what
son.
you're doing, helicopter.
Wait a minute. Go ahead, native son.
Yeah. So I mean, I did come up. I'm a Black American. I'm for delineation. But I mean, if we're going to talk about racial tensions or racial discord with here in America, someone being a poor white tea person isn't indicative of whether or not there are still systematic biases because the statistics are the statistics. If we look at women specifically, Black American women are 5 times more likely to unalive during childbirth. That's from medical apartheid. If we talk about your situation and the fact that you may be a poor white tea person, that's not because of systematic barriers that may have been in place in the 60s or 70s, or that's not a result of redlining because you weren't allowed to move into certain neighborhoods.
you weren't then told because you were a white T, your mom couldn't buy this house. Or if you had a person who served in World War II, depending on when you came to this country, you may have received a GI Bill. The reality
So
is,
you're saying
someone,
that
hold
because
on,
I
give
didn't
me
have
10 seconds, give me 10 seconds. The reality is, you being a poor white T person doesn't mean that we're in the same bucket. That just means you weren't able to take advantage of things that were put in place for you to succeed. We're not the same because you're poor. And what makes me mad is
you kidding me?
when poor white T people equate poorness with blackness and the fact that we're in the same category because you're
Didn't do
lazy.
no such a thing, sir.
You did.
Okay. All
Yeah,
right.
you're in a bad position because you lack motivation and your family did, not because you're white.
No, no,
All right,
I'm not.
I'm ready to address it now.
I
Okay,
have
go
a
ahead.
privilege.
Okay, go
please.
ahead, man down. I mean, go no, let helicopter and then hold on, Bobo. Maybe he can give you a better understanding.
So
Y'all,
let me. I want to ask her real quick, just to clarify what it is that she said that she needs an understanding on.
I think it was how is her skin color, her privilege. Is that right, basically, Bobo?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay, I can easily break that down. Um, you can just look at how some people react to white people as privilege in itself. I'll give you an example. There's a guy right next to me, Revenue. Revenue swears up and down that this is a white tea country. He swears up and down that black people have to beg white people for everything that we have. Everything we got came from white tea people. Everything is in his mind is white tea people. That in and of itself is white privilege because he literally has no reason, no proof, no evidence to say something like that, right? And then even further, it's certain situations that we see on a day-to-day basis to where your privilege stands out. And when I'm not talking about economics, right? Just the other day, I watched a video of a white dude beating up the police officer. Dude had a hammer swinging it at the police officer. Not one time did that police officer grab his pew-pew. It took him 3-4 times to get smacked with that hammer before he even grabbed his taser. You see what I'm saying? So in certain situations, I've been to court recently with my daughter. Everybody in the court that had the same charge as her, the white T ones got a $150 fine. The ones that look like my daughter, $300 fine. You feel what I'm saying? So even in the judicial system and the legal system, and like I said, even on this panel, socially,
Medical apartheid, black
medical
women.
apartheid. I mean, it's so many different things we could talk about where your privilege exists and you just don't know that it exists, right? And so, like I said, even socially, with guys on this panel that worship whiteness and think that everything that they have, everything we have came from whiteness, that in and of itself is the privilege that you probably don't see.
No, I see it. I was a paralegal for 22 years
Unalive
on
about to reach out.
municipal discrimination
Yeah, you
litigation.
next man down after Bobo. Go
I've
ahead,
seen
Bobo.
it. I've been in it. I've been in the litigation part of it. I can tell you that what you guys see on social media is such a small majority. It literally is. We're all chronically online because listen, we're all on a live right now. What the fuck else are we doing on a Monday night at 10:34 my time? You can say whatever you want to, but we're all here and we're all online and we're all on TikTok. And I have to
But
tell
you
you, I
kind of
have
see
to
how
no
you
no no
practice
don't
your
interrupt. Don't
whiteness.
interrupt.
Wait a
Don't
minute, the black
interrupt. I
letter
didn't
land.
let you.
Go ahead, go
I
ahead.
didn't cut you off.
Okay, go ahead, Bobo. Go on and finish, so we can
We're
get
all
to
here.
Go
We're
ahead,
all
Bobo.
here. And we're all chronically online because we're here at my time, 10:30, whether 8:30, 9:30, or 7:30 your time. We're still here on TikTok. It is such a small majority of what we see. Listen, when I go out to the grocery store, what I see online here with you guys and what I talk with you about whatever is not what I talk about with people in real life. And if you want to tell me those adorable, wonderful people that I talk to, no matter what their skin color is just looking at me and lying because whatever reason, I'm going to tell you no. What we see online is such a small majority, and I just want everybody to remember that. That's all I have to say, host.
Okay, thank you. Let me say this. I think our realities, the black reality, is just different than other people's realities. Not saying that y'all just don't see or understand. I just think our realities is totally different. The black, you wanted to add something, then we gonna go the man down, then Revenue wanted to respond to helicopter. Go ahead.
Yeah, she literally just played in our face. and use her whiteness to play the dumb dirty blonde and act like she didn't know the what we go through and her white privilege,
You
and then
see,
just
I don't call you
explain
any
her
names,
white
sir.
privilege a little bit and how she see it. Especially you work in the legal field, like we're not dumb. We play dumb, but we're not dumb, and that's why we continue to say me. That's why I'm big on delineating YT people.
Okay, go ahead, man down.
Is that I can go?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sorry. A few things. One, in total, we're not privileged for sure by being getting unalived by police. In total, it's white individuals by far. Per capita, it might be okay, but in total, it's not much privilege in that category. What I wanted to say about now, I'm not going to sit here and say I know the plight of a BLK person because I can agree. I'm sure there's some profiling out there without a doubt. But I also, see, to me, two things can be right at the same time. Also, we earn stereotypes. Okay. Also, you have to take some accountability for the way your own people act sometimes. That also adds to that. So I think both things are right. Do I know what it's like to walk in a BLK man's shoes? No, for sure. And he don't know what it's like to walk in mine. But also some things are just logically correct. I can take an educated guess and know why certain things happen. Just like, and I'll land my plane. Just like with women, as far as oh, I lost my train of thought. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Well, why you thinking
Oh, that
about?
shit was
Hold
some
Yeah.
on, though.
bullshit.
Hey, can
Hold
I
on,
respond?
Black. Wait a minute. Yes, hold on.
Hold on.
So,
Why in the world would somebody take accountability for something somebody else did?
hold on, Bobo. That's
Legit
like,
question.
hold on, Bobo. Listen, man down though. Um, go ahead. I lost my train of thought too.
On the cool,
What?
and what Bobo said earlier that why people care about the past, and I think it's the disconnect because y'all are not really white American. Is why y'all be on this. Why care about the past? I don't have nothing to do with it. Of course you don't have nothing to do with it. You're a DEI hire. That's
Excuse
what they
me,
brought y'all to be over here to be. Uh, uh,
sir.
they
Okay.
can they. It's just I don't understand
I'm
why
Yeah.
Can I
y'all
not.
play
respond real
I'm
quick?
crazy.
not.
Go
Listen, I
ahead.
don't call you names. I'm not
Right.
degrading
Let's
when I
not do
talk
the
to
name
you.
calling stuff.
Can I
But real
respond to
quick, before
Mando?
Go ahead,
I had
helicopter,
wanted to point out something
and
real
then
quick.
after you, revenue.
All right, just real quick. Man Down literally just exercised his white privilege in his statement, right? And I'm going to show you the example that he gives. 90% of white people that you run into when they talk about stats, the first thing they're going to go to is per capita. What he did was he said he used total stats to argue his argument. And he was like, yeah, y'all might be doing better with per capita. But for my argument, I'm going to use per capita. That in and of itself was white privilege where you can switch back and forth to make an argument to support your point.
Because
Me
PDF,
being
but P,
transparent
yeah, I know,
about
but
both things that
You're
right,
would so
but
not.
we that would hold on and I'll land. That wouldn't make us privileged though. If we're getting knocked off by police, is that a privilege that we have? Is what I'm saying to
The
you?
privilege was you going back and forth between per capita and total numbers. When we use total numbers, y'all say we're bullshitting, but when y'all get to use total numbers, we got to roll with it.
There's no y'all. I was just
Well,
covering
there
what
was
you
no.
would have
No, he
you
was
would have
simply giving you
retorted. Hold
numbers.
on, lady. Hold on. You have
Well,
to know how to shut it. I'm speaking. Hold on a second. I'll land, please. This is a
Hey,
problem that
Phil.
this is a problem that women have. Yes, all I'm saying, sir, is that the only reason I mention the per capita is because you're going to mention it if I don't. So I just want to get that out of the way. That's it.
No. I play with more and most. I don't play with per capita. So more white people commit crimes than more black people. Most crimes committed in America are done by YT people. You see, that's the game. I don't play per capita because that's a financial term. It's talking about dollars and cents. We talking about people. There's an actual specific whole number per person, and that's what I go by. I don't play the per capita game. So
And you're what?
don't put
Okay,
that on
so
me.
what percentage are your people of the United States
I don't know,
approximately?
bro. Most of us don't take a census,
Okay,
so
so
the
I'm gonna
number's
so I'm
made
gonna
up.
tell you
13%.
something that's not per capita, and then I'll land. You're about 13% of the population. Do
We're
you know
not
that your
13.
hold on? Do you know that your women commit almost 60% of the unalivements or pregnancies? No, that's
That's
not per
crazy.
capita.
That's
Remember
a
I
daggone
told you,
lie.
hold
You
on,
know it, sir.
helicopter. Remember I
Not a lie.
told you, hold on. So how many are those? You saying are women? I'm trying to. Okay, you saying are women. Are you disaggregating those numbers? Are you talking about black Americans
I'll pull
or
it up.
black Jamaicans, black Africans, black people from other countries? You know, we're black Americans are not the only people that have schmortions. Okay, so when you what are you doing? Are you separating
Oh,
those
now who's
numbers?
separating things?
Well,
We
not
Is
didn't
yours per
separate
capita?
them.
host. Can I
Per
say this?
BLK capita? Is that what we're doing?
Wait, hold
No,
on.
Okay,
Use
Wait.
okay.
no, it's
So
lower
not
and
ethnicity.
most.
wait, hold on, because
Hold on,
it's
y'all, because we have to understand white people disaggregate by ethnicity too. Yeah, y'all can do that legally, but a lot of y'all choose not to because a lot of y'all are ashamed to be known as immigrants.
The only thing I
Great.
wanted
That
to
was a
say is
great
hold
pivot.
on, man down,
That's a
because the only
real
thing I wanted
number.
to say when people bring up the argument of AB, we have to consider where the source is coming from or what are the actual statistics being cited. The statistics he is citing is coming from public records
But
of
wait a minute.
hospitals.
Let's talk about animal grape and PDFs.
Wait, I
Let's
just want
talk
to
about
say,
that.
Should we talk
How?
about yours?
wait, hold
Sure.
on, man down,
Sure,
hold
I
on,
My
could
because I'm
talk
a
numbers
about
on
mine.
man
animal
down, hold
Why
grape.
are
on,
we
because I'm gonna
We
shut
don't
skipping
down
have
your
that
over
in the
yours?
black
argument, and
community.
I'm gonna prove a source that says that I'm right because when people bring up the whole AB argument of black women having more ABs, that's not even true because the vast majority of data that's available to us are public record from hospitals. What isn't accounted for are private doctors and private physicians who do not report the ABs from white T people. And if it's the case that black women are committing so many ABs, why is your population on decline in America? Why can't you guys reproduce? Why is the Black American community and Hispanic community growing year by year, yet your people are decreasing in number, which is why you guys have turned to an alt-right Republican pipeline because you guys are shrinking because your women are going to private doctors having ABs while Black American and
Morning
Latinos
after
are
pills.
growing.
Do we consider that? Because when
Well,
I
two things.
DoorDash, I take
If I
about
get to
10 a week.
respond,
Okay, let me just say this. I DoorDash sometimes for extra money throughout the week. And I deliver at least 10, what you call them, morning after pills, at least 10 to the suburbs. And I don't think, I have never seen nobody black in them houses or in that neighborhood. But I do deliver at least 10 a week, chatting the whole world. So y'all should know that's what they doing. They using those day after pills or whatever, morning after pills, the ones you can buy over the counter,
That's
instead
why they
of
the main ones fighting for it.
explosions.
Yeah, that's why they
a,
the
I
main
want
ones
to talk
fighting
a
about.
for it.
couple things. If we're going with his reasoning that some of the numbers are skewed, then there'd be a lot more actually. So it's conservative right now. But I'm not for it, regardless if it's YT people or not. I just wanted to bring up something
But you
that
keep
wasn't.
talking
Hold
about
on.
black. It's like the
Hold
fourth
on.
time you
I didn't
said
want to
that.
bring it. I wanted to bring it up because the gentleman down there wanted to say don't speak about per capita. So I just gave him a stat that was not per capita. That's it.
Give me a stat on what's going on in Russia and Ukraine right now. How many is it right now? 2 million YT people unallowed so far, and you want to bring up our AB our AB issues? Are you serious, bro?
Bro, you creating a straw
Because
man. Now
those
you
issues are
talking
our
about
country's
Russia
issues.
and Ukraine. That's a straw man. I just wanted to
Hey, YT,
respond.
yes or no, sir?
That don't matter. He could talk about Africa next.
Are they YT? Yes or
Then you're
no?
gonna do.
Wait, because I want to stick on the AB thing
Keep
because
pivoting because they
wait,
don't want to talk about it.
man
It's
down. If it's
disgusting behavior.
man down, if it's the case that
Discussing
if
behavior.
it's the
You
case,
change
hold
the
on,
Okay, we
answer
subject
the
to
don't want to
AB.
get
question.
it. Hold
I'm gonna
on,
change
let's
the
bring it
subject too.
back. Hold on, let's just bring it back because I feel like it's getting a little heated, and we want to have this conversation. So let's not do group. Let's not classify whole groups as doing. Let's try to just because I see it's
All of a
getting
sudden,
tense.
okay,
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
so
not all of a sudden because I got a lot that I want to say, but I'm trying to be respectful. I hope other people can be respectful too. Because this is
love,
our
can I say
first
two things?
conversation. Yeah, this is our first conversation, and I hope to have more. So we kind of want to leave on, a tense moment, but I'll come back and have
Yeah,
another
because
discussion moment as
we
well.
do want some real white people to start coming in here more. So yeah.
Yeah.
The
I
only
Let
was
me
calling
get
question
that
I
some from
have,
X.
man
I'm gonna
down,
get I'm gonna
revenue.
get
Hold on,
some from
because you're not
X the
even.
black.
Are you even Black American?
bro.
No.
Don't
Man
it
down.
So
don't
The
matter.
only
revenue.
question.
Hold on. So don't just revenue. Wait your turn, please.
The
Go
only
ahead,
question I
native
have. Oh,
son.
sorry. Go ahead. I just wanted to say, if it's the case that black women are out here just having ABs at a mass rate, and the conservative white T woman is so nuclear family orientated, Why is it the fact that the white tea population is going down year by year by year, but Black Americans and other ethnic groups are growing? And why aren't you considering, wait, let me finish. Why aren't you including data that is to be reported by private doctors that provide ABs that isn't considered in public records? Because that is the vast majority of ABs that white tea women have that aren't recorded in the statistics. Why is your population shrinking, sir?
Just finishing my point, but see how they gave you all that time and they were quiet? I wasn't even done. Yeah, I
I'm
was
about to
speaking
give
to
you
you.
some time
See
too.
that?
I'm about to give you minutes.
Crying. Don't
Okay.
talk.
But
Here,
I'm
Stop
saying I would
crying.
have
I'm
finished
about to
that
give you the
point. It has
minute.
nothing to
Here
do
you
with
go.
crying.
There you
Talk.
go.
Cry.
Go
Stop
ahead.
crying.
Hold
Talk.
on, the black.
I
Go
would have
ahead, man
finished
down.
and Native wouldn't have had that to ask that question. So as far as them having more, yeah, that's always going to be the case because they have the most unmarried schmexual what relationships. So yeah, that's a given. They're
Who
they're,
do?
they're
Who
always
have
going to win.
that?
Oh, I can't finish.
Wait, but I'm saying who? Put a name on it. Who have the most unmarried smeshmo relationships?
The BLK women.
Lord,
That's a
go
That's
ahead.
lot.
why they got kids all over the place. So let me just
Oh,
land.
he
So
want
that
this
I'm
to go
landing.
somewhere
I want to
else.
yeah,
hear
I'm
what
no,
you
that
have
done.
to
he
I'm
say.
done. I'm
mentioned
gonna
it.
mute up. Y'all go ahead.
Yeah, he mentioned it, so I'm just responding. You can look that up.
Let them
So
talk,
that
y'all. Let them talk, y'all.
of course your population is gonna grow because they keep having children out here. That's a layup. As far as us, women in general, but especially our people, are not getting married anymore, and they're not reproducing anymore. But it's not from deleting pregnancies. And when white women do that, it's disgusting as well. I think we have a problem in this country that they need to take away that from all women, period. So no, you're correct. The white women are disgusting for doing that as well. But that's not the reason. If you're going to sit here and try to sell everybody that that's the reason that the birth rate has went down there, no, women are just not getting married, period, like they used to because they're independent and everything else. And men are also deciding that they don't want to marry. You hear it all the time. Oh, there's a lonely guy epidemic and all that. That
Yeah,
just
they don't
par for
want
the
white men.
yeah. That's par for
They
the. Okay, then that's fine. I don't care if they want white men or not. The point is, they're not getting married because that was your point. They're not getting married. You didn't say they're not getting married to be okay or what. You said they're not getting married and they're not having children. And it's because they're deleting pregnancy. Show us those numbers because you're full of shit. That's it. I land.
what numbers of your population decline?
I
I
should call you
mean,
Bobo. I'm done, bro.
No,
I
I just
mean,
want clarity for your question.
y'all do have a low fertility rate. I mean, that is factual true. That's why a lot of y'all become
100%.
incels
You
and
are correct.
So
White
hold on,
people.
let me address these numbers real quick,
hold
though.
on. That's why y'all become incels and gorpers and stuff like that. Cause y'all,
Oh,
the
come
main
on.
reason why y'all
Why
women
why
don't
do you
want you because
listen? You can actually have a conversation without saying stuff like that. I
Wait a
appreciate
this,
a
minute.
lot of
Hold
people's
this is
on.
opinions,
true.
and you
Wait a
don't
minute,
have
the
That
to
black.
be
Hold on, the
like
black. Are you
degrading
talking
in the
about
things that you're saying.
Bobo? Are you talking about the black or man down?
No, I'm talking about YT people. Like our numbers have gone down like a lot. Right now, Asian and Hispanic are going up more in our country than any other number. I,
Okay.
I assume I'm lying. Go fact check me, but that's what it's saying.
Okay, go ahead. Let's let some new people in. Asia, you got something you want to say?
No, I feel because with man, is it man down? The things that you're saying is why I think that we can coexist because you have this mentality that only black women are having these kids out of wedlock. But there's a lot of white women who are not married, have babies, all over this country, and you're more than that. So I don't know the statistics exactly, but I just feel like you're just judgmental and you're you
Can
know
somebody, do you know the CDC and the most involved fathers? Who is the most involved fathers per the CDC?
Be okay, man.
of course. I'm glad that you
I'm
knew
not,
that.
I'm not up here speaking lies, but I was responding to what someone said earlier. That's all. I'm not here sitting here tearing down. I told you white women are trash for doing that too. I don't know what the problem is, but if someone asks me a direct question, I'm gonna give you what. But you want to keep skewing it and acting like I'm some racist. No, I'm just being honest.
I'm just trying to
Right,
understand what
that's
you're
true.
saying because you're saying that we have the most unmarried. We're the ones who are having children out of wedlock. So I'm just trying to, try to understand your point of saying that when there's a lot of them or a lot of you doing the same thing. So that's what I'm trying to understand. And you guys unalive
Because,
more people on
man,
this
because you
earth
jumped
than
in our
anybody else.
conversation. Respectfully, you jumped in our
Let me
conversation
respond since you
when
was
you
talking
didn't.
about me.
Okay,
Can I
bro.
respond now?
Yeah, I'm just clarifying. They asked
I
me the
got your
question
clarity, bro. You
about.
said it about 5 times. I got your clarity,
Well,
okay?
she's not. She
So
don't know it
now
though.
I'm you talking to me now though. So
So
here's the
no, I'm
deal,
not
man.
talking.
Let
You
I'm
him
keep
talking to
let him
her.
explain the helicopter. Let
Let
him
me just
explain it while
explain it real
I'm
quick, and then
crying.
you could go. She's all I'm saying to you, ma'am, is that the question was told. Well, first it was a statement that your people they're not even having babies like they were having. Their birth rate is way down, and so is their marriage. So my response was, you're correct. That is down, but yours is up, not just because they're in married relationships. I'm saying to you that they're having kids out of wedlock. How is that? That's me answering a question. So just pay attention to the conversation.
Okay.
I respond. God damn it. Okay, you know what? I'm done. So
No,
Hey,
go
helicopter.
ahead.
so you was
Go ahead,
talking to me,
helicopter.
right? So the issue that I got with, right, is you keep throwing these daggone numbers out, talking about YT women, BLK women are doing the most and this, that, and the third. My issue is this. Where are you getting those numbers from, bro? Because I can ask every black person on this panel when the last time they filled out a census. I can ask any black person in this chat when the last time they filled out a census, and they probably gonna tell you never, right? But you get those numbers from CDC website or your little talking point websites or your little
Well,
think
so
tanks and
where
all
do
this
you
other
get
stuff.
your
Hold on,
numbers
let me
from?
finish. Let me finish, right? So like I was telling you before, I don't deal in per capita. I deal in more and most. And at the end of the day, more white T women are unmarried than there are than
Where do
black
you
women.
get those numbers?
Let me finish. Most white T women commit ABs over black women, okay? The numbers are just overall, right? And y'all fill out the census. We don't. All right, so y'all make up numbers as we go. I'm gonna make up the goddamn numbers too. We don't do half the shit that y'all do when it come to ABs, unalivings, the shit y'all do with the damn animals, the daggone bank fraud, the government fraud. I mean, we can go on and on and on about the shit that y'all do, but y'all want to point to one or two things that we do. And why is it that there's such a big push on the birth rates in America right now if we ain't the ones having babies, right? If we having all the ABs and we just having all the stuff going on, why is it making such a big push? You want to know why? Because y'all goddamn women won't stop having ABs. Y'all women won't stop laying on that soul pole. Y'all women won't stop running their ass over to goddamn seas and being 304s of every goddamn melanated being that exists on this fucking planet. So make sure you check yourself and you check them goddamn numbers and make sure that shit says more and most before you start disrespecting our black women, bro. And I'm gonna land my plane.
A competition, and you're not a tough guy, so stop
Oh
it.
my goodness, so feisty. Listen, you are so quick to throw numbers out, but listen, what are your numbers based on? You keep saying more and most. So what is that based on? Please tell me. I am listen,
Skewed
I'm all
numbers
about
like always.
education. I don't want to hear skewed. I want to hear where are you getting this from? Listen, we're all getting hold on,
Hold
wait.
on,
We're
Bobo. Didn't
all
you say
getting
you
our
was in the legal
Let her
information.
field?
land, the black,
We're
let her
all
land.
getting our information from the same place, right? From the internet. We're all getting it from the same place. It doesn't matter whether you're looking at CNN or some article or
Okay.
some government. Like we're all getting it from the same place. I'm really confused how you can sit there and say, "Well, yours is wrong. Mine is better because I use more and most." Please explain.
Hold on. Original, you got something to add? Hey, Original.
I was just coming in. I don't know what the conversation is about, so I don't
Okay,
want to
you
just
want this?
interject.
Okay,
Yeah,
listen. Go ahead, the
okay.
black. Wait, hold on. Before we do that, so we can rotate revenue down. Revenue, you had something to ask helicopter.
Yeah, I wanted to respond to Helicopter. It's a few things he said because he mentioned my name, so I wanted to respond to him. First of all, Helicopter, the founding fathers of this country was white men. They wrote the Constitution. They wrote the Bill of Rights. They granted their ancestors uh, citizenship. Also, their white people are 220 million in this country. It's only 43 million black people in this country. So this is a white man country. You claim that you built this country. Like I said, if you don't want to deal with racism, you don't want to deal with white supremacy and tethers in your country, you could always go to Africa, brother. Your ancestors set up Liberia. The white man gave you Liberia for your ancestors to go.
You can go to Liberia, bro. You don't have to deal with racism. And if you built America to this first world country and the greatest country in the world, you could go build up another country for your own people. That's all. I think that's a better option than crying on the internet, complaining and victimizing yourself about
Okay,
white supremacy.
thank you so much for coming up. Thank you. What
Thank you,
you
love,
liked
bro.
it? You liked it that what he said, man down?
Like that because he at least he's not playing victim.
Oh, okay.
Immigrant, of course he's gonna say that. Why should the
Why
immigrants
did
stick
you kick
together?
him, host?
Why did I what?
Why did you kick him?
I kicked him
Telling the
because this was
truth.
a conversation between black Americans and white Americans. Do you think we should have other people in these discussions? Don't you think, as far as, well, I don't even know now at this point, because
Aren't they citizens
Blacker
because
than a
too?
a
blueberry.
real white American would agree with me when we're having conversations between black Americans and white Americans who's been in this country the longest, the non-immigrant, well, I can't say that about white people because we didn't ask to come here. But anyway, like I said, we have different type of conversations, and they would understand why I hold panels every other night, and they are always welcome. But then I
I
wanted to
like
talk
this
to the
one.
white Americans. I don't see the point. I don't see why. What you know what I mean? I don't see the reason of them being up here. So, am I
Well, but
wrong
we're all
here?
here
You said
though.
that I'm
We're
not
all
even white,
here.
so
I
why not
never
kick
said
me?
that. I never
Yeah.
said
And
you
none
was
of
right.
us
I can kick you. Bye
You
bye.
said I was Italian.
really
I didn't say shit. Now
That's
go
what.
ahead,
No,
Bobo.
he
I
said
didn't
he was
say
Italian
anything.
and
Yeah,
German.
I
He
didn't
the one
say
that said that.
anything.
can I say something,
Share
host?
the
Yeah,
live
go
and
ahead,
share the
Bobo.
live and tap the screen.
We're all here. And none of us were here 100 years ago. I cannot
A
attest
hundred
to you.
years ago, who you mean personally or the lineage?
I'm talking personally.
Oh, okay.
You. I wasn't. Nobody on this panel was. Nobody was. And listen, I don't, I've gotten to a point where I've been on the internet long enough. I don't take anybody seriously now. I join these lives and listen, I've enjoyed this one. I have. Listen, everybody on this panel, whether I agree with you or not, I've enjoyed this regardless. But listen, all we have to go on is what's on the internet. That's all we have now. If
We
anything
have our
becomes,
family records, though. Black Americans, we have other things to go on. We
I have
have
my
family
family records
Bibles. No,
too,
I know. I
though.
mean, but our history, as far as what we know about ourselves, we have a lot to go on. We have records. We have our ancestors' words that they told us. You know, we have a lot of other
News
You
things.
should drop me.
articles.
Your chat wants you to drop me. I'm from Texas, but
Go
I
ahead,
live
Okay,
in
Bobo.
okay.
You
Illinois.
can keep talking.
All I'm saying is none of us were here 100 years ago, and it'd really be nice if we could all just. I'm not saying forget the past. I don't want to forget the past because that just means we'll repeat it. What I would like to do is just finally put it behind us. When do we get to that point?
When
Asia,
we
you want to talk to the woman?
Anybody.
We can't get to that point. It's like you are, you're like, they're like, don't forget 9/11. It's always forget what is beneficial for you. I want us to, we all would want us all to move on. We want to move on. And the Black American people and the white people in this land, we need to both understand that, yeah, we weren't here. None of us was here 200 years ago, 100 years ago. You're right. But right now, just like when I was seeing how the country, the overall, y'all's numbers, how you were with the president that's there now, I can still see the hatred. I can still see the division. I can still see the
The
privilege. Oh,
HATE, y'all.
yeah, I'm so
How do you
sorry. I
say
don't know.
you
y'all
could just say
though?
disdain.
Y'all like I'm a
You see the
hateful person,
disdain.
about a horrible group. Y'all
Wait, listen,
like I'm an
Bobo,
evil person.
No, no, you're
Bobo,
not. You're not.
Bobo.
I'm
It's
so
Hold
sorry.
on,
it's
Asia,
I'm so
both of
sorry. I'm
y'all.
so sorry.
HATE. Okay, come on,
You are
y'all.
correct. I'm
We
sorry. I'm
can't
sorry.
say
you have
that.
to
We can't
remember
say
that
that.
part.
But you ain't
So
gonna remember that?
no, I
Just say
have to. I said
disdain.
I'm
Yeah,
going
just
to
say
remember it.
disdain. Just use the other word, dislike, disdain, or
I'm
you know
sorry.
what I
Yes,
mean,
ma'am. I'm so
something.
sorry.
Okay, no, I'm just letting y'all know. I don't want my lie to be clipped. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not saying that you're it's just I see a lot of bad attitude from your people. And so and then the unaliving of the way that the officers are, and we know how policing started. So all of that is still here. You guys feel like it's your land. And I'm not saying it's just you, individually. Of course, you had your own struggle. You said that you were an Irish lady, so I understand that your family may have had their own struggle. But the white supremacy issue in this country and the looking down on us people who were here that we were captivated and we put in so much work. We work three jobs at a time, and we take care of our families. We're always put down and no respect is put on our names is the problem. Like me, myself, though, I wouldn't beg. I do believe in unifying with your own people and build yourself up, because I could never beg someone who I know would love to see me oppressed or want to be above me. I could never beg you guys for nothing. But I'm cordial with you if you're cordial with me. But it's the attitude. And just like you said earlier, the last thing, just like you said, Bo, you said, we just have different mind frames. We just have different mindsets. We couldn't, coexist. And I believe that that's true. We do have different mindsets. But once we see that we can trust you, I think that we can come together. Once we see that we can trust you. But how can we trust you? And look how you guys were acting both terms when it came to this president now. So that is, yeah.
Aisha, thank you so much. I
Go
do
ahead.
appreciate your opinion. I do. But
After you, Bobo, we gonna get the slaughter. I'm gonna set your time.
yes, ma'am. Listen, I wasn't there. My family, my lineage, my heritage, yeah, they dealt with whatever they dealt with, and here's where I'm coming with this. It's not a comparison. I'm not trying to tell you mine was worse than yours, and I would hold on. I would appreciate if you didn't try and tell me yours was worse than mine, because nobody knows. I have no idea what your family went through, and you have no idea what my family, my ancestors went through. And at what point do we get to
Did they go through centuries of bondage?
Yes. Yes, they
Oh,
did.
okay.
If you actually go and trace back the Irish lineage and how long they have been enslaved, a lot longer than Africans have in America. I'm not making that up. Please assume I'm lying to you and just fact check me on that, please. I'm not
But
lying
you did
about
not
that.
get treated like us, and I do understand. To be very honest, I do
Okay,
kind
let
of get
her
along.
land her plane, Asia, so we can get to slaughter. Go, cause we got new people on the panel. You ain't got to go nowhere though, Asia. Just hold on. Go ahead, finish your thought. I'm gonna give you a minute. Go ahead, Asia. Then we got to get to slaughter. I don't want you to forget. Go ahead.
I forget quick, but I do want to be honest. If I do ever, and I'm not just trying to kiss up, it seems as if the Irish people did go through something, because when I do get along with the white people, it is normally the Irish. I don't know the history, but I know for you to say that you were, let's not compare. We all know that what Black American people went through in this country is way different, than being an indentured servant. So it was way different. This is generations and generations of torture and Jim Crow and trying to do everything to put our community down, burning down our communities, KKK, everything that we've been through. So it's not a comparison.
Yes, I triple K.
Go ahead, original. You said you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I was just letting her know there was a word, another buzzword. You gotta say triple K. But
Yeah, you gotta say triple
Um,
K. We love TikTok
it's
shop.
it's weird. It's weird when we have these conversations. I definitely want to have these kind of conversations, especially with other melanated immigrants
Thank
or
you, original.
not non-melanated immigrants and Caucasians, Spaniards, Hispanics, Latinos as well. But when we have these conversations, it does come and it turns into a sort of victim Olympics, and it becomes a well, my ancestors were enslaved too, and we went through things too. Instead of just honestly realizing the fact that that's obviously factually historically just honestly not true. But if I was having a conversation with somebody and they were telling me the things that harmed them, rather than bring up something that harmed me, I would kind of lean into what harmed them and how to help them with their harms, rather than
trying to deflect to what has harmed me. But when it comes to Irish indentured servitude, it was absolutely totally different than what happened to Black Americans. Most Irish indentured servants were economically helped with freedom dues. They were helped with land. They got corn and clothes, which meant a year's supply of corn and new clothing, occasionally new tools like a musket and farming equipment, capital and livestock agreements. It wasn't always given, but these were things that were granted to them as Irish immigrants over here. So to compare that to what happened to Black Americans or Africans transported from Africa to America, and begin to try to compare those things, I think it deflects from the actual historical atrocities that have been done to Black Americans on the United States soil. I think when we have these conversations, we got to start being less arrogant and less egotistic and more factual based and historically based, because that comes up a lot when we having these conversations. Well, the Irish were enslaved too. It's not the same. Indentured servitude is not the time. It's definitely not the same. You have a set date and a time, which is 4 to 9. I thought it was 4 to 7, but I just looked up. It's 4 to 9 years of indentured servitude, and they got paid after that, and they got corn and clothing after that. Irish slaves are not considerable to be compared to African slaves. African Americans or Black Americans, whatever you want to call them, they were bound for life. When they were born into slavery. The baby followed the belly. So to try to pretend that it was the same way, it's not. And their children were born free, and they had children. They were not born into bondage like Black Americans were. So I think it's kind of disingenuous when we have these conversations, which I would like to have more of these conversations, but to pretend like one is comparable to the other is just factually inaccurate and just not true.
Hey, can I
She
say
on
something before
tea
we get to
time.
slaughter?
Yeah, go ahead to Black.
And this is why I'm still I'm on love side when it comes down to delineating YT people, because the her comments on dismissing the past and who knows, and her saying that she can only trace her lineage on paper to the 1930s, it just proves, because these are the YT individuals that I want the family to understand and see, that have these talking points. The actual white Americans, the watch that Trump keep on pointing out and trying to figure out who's a watch in the government, those are the individuals who ready to sit at the table. Those first generation immigrants that
Right.
came in the 1870, which is Trump generation that came here, those are the people that we done already went through all these battles with, and they understand the nuance of our history, and they ready to sit at the table. We just got to make sure they disaggregate and separate from most of these YT supremacists, because
And
that's
they
really what
working
they
on that
are.
right way. They working on that right. The Black.
Yeah, they trying to end dual citizenship.
No, I'm saying they
You,
working on delineating too, right?
oh
For
yeah, yeah.
everybody
That's
to
that's the
know.
main reason why they
Especially
work.
on X. It's groups and everything. Go ahead.
Yeah,
To
that's the
Black.
main reason why they working on ending dual citizenship, because majority of these first and second generation immigrants have dual citizenship. They can always go back, just like these Africans. So that I want y'all to catch the little cues and talking points that a lot of these YT immigrants, like what I call DEI, because that's what they really are. That's why they were brought here, and the things that they say, because they don't care about the American history, because they don't have no true connection to it.
Can I add something on real quick?
What can I ask? I just wanted to
Wait,
know
hold
why the
on. No,
book.
no, no, hold on. We got to get to Slaughter. Slaughter? Slaughter.
How y'all
Slot.
doing
Oh, I'm
tonight?
sorry. Slot with love. Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. I really just wanted to chime in, and I wanted to just really acknowledge. I really appreciate this conversation that you guys are all having here. I really
You
appreciate.
welcome. Are you white?
No,
Oh,
no. I identify as a Black woman, but I am
okay.
definitely of mixed heritage.
Okay. Okay. Go
I was
ahead.
born in Canada. And a lot of the same issues that Black Americans are dealing with, we're also dealing with here in Canada with immigration over the last, I would say, like 10 years. So we have this whole, we call it an invasion going on here. And it's very strange. It's very weird. And so I just want to kind of like it's nice to hear that there's real conversations being articulated out here about what's actually happening in America, in North America, with people who have been born here and who have generations here. And yes, we were forced here. Our ancestors were forced here. And that's not to take away from anybody else's ancestry, but like at the end of the day, like our story is still the story that's.
So wait a minute, real quick. How long your people been in Canada?
I'm second generation.
From where?
So my father's family were brought to Jamaica from the continent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
You
we've
just
traced our
you
ancestry to like through plantations and everything. Like
so
have everything documented.
so you're second generation Jamaican living in Canada, basically.
No, I'm technically a Canadian because I'm born
I
here.
mean, legally,
But
yes, you're a
but in
Canadian.
terms of yes, absolutely yes. My ancestors were brought to Jamaica.
Yeah.
Yes. So as a Canadian born in North America, it's interesting to see what we're experiencing here in the last 5 years with immigration and how everybody has so much to say about our experience here and when they're new here and
Hold
they're
on.
not
I
connected.
don't mean to cut you off, but like, I ain't gonna lie. This we stuff, like, that's the reason why we're trying to get out of this we stuff. We're focusing on USA American issues only. You're in Canada, and then you've been in there for two generations. You from Jamaica, really?
No, but
Wait a
what
minute.
I but no no no
This
no.
hold
I'm
on.
not
It's kind of
hold on a second.
ironic.
I'm not
Okay,
here
wait.
I'm not here to
I know you're
include
not. But
myself in
listen,
your struggle
I
at all.
understand. But listen, you.
I'm really just saying that I really appreciate the
I
conversation. That's all I
understand,
came
and
to
you
here to
welcome
say.
here. I know, but listen. Let me just tell you how it sounded in those slaughter. You came up here, right? And you welcome here. I just want you to get a little understanding of how what I'm hearing. You came up here saying you agree y'all struggling. It's like an invasion. You was using those kind of words in Canada, with the immigrant situation. But you don't see yourself as an immigrant who went to Canada, and maybe them same people over there, the Canadians, feel like we dealing with the Black Americans over here dealing with about the what we can say invasion actually, but I'm saying you don't see that or you just think you a Canadian because you was born there.
No, I'm saying this because I'm Canadian, but I'm also saying this because at the end of the day, in Canada specifically, there is a migration of Black people from the Caribbean islands that came to Canada into these major cities who have contributed major to the economy in Canada, who are now being treated as if we don't exist.
I feel you on that,
So
but
I'm
I
not, and
feel
so
you,
I'm
but
not in.
you did to the locals there that been there for centuries. They probably felt that same way about you. It's
Yeah,
just
because
ironic that you know what I mean. You should understand the immigrants.
it's black people
Been
that's
there.
from
The Book of
Canada.
Negroes, the people
Yeah,
Harriet Tubman,
I'm
like
very
that.
aware. I'm very
Okay.
entrenched in the community,
but
in not only in the Black Indigenous communities here in Canada, but as well as with all of the various Black communities across Canada that have been here for generations before the various immigrants showed up here. But all I'm simply saying is, for bottom line is the Black Canadian experience is very different from the Black American experience. But I really just came up here to say that it is wonderful to hear all these various opinions being able to be articulated the way that they are in conversation. I was not in any way trying to compare or put
No, we didn't
myself in
think
your
that.
pot. No, 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 no. So I really was just really coming up here to say thank you
You're
to all of
welcome.
you to contributing to this conversation, and it is contributing to my experience as a Canadian here in
Yeah.
Canada.
You should
That's
really
really,
try
and
to
so if
help the immigrants there. You shouldn't look at them like that because y'all the same and you should really try to help them. You know what I mean? In any way you can help them. You shouldn't be
because
sick of them at all.
Cause
I
you
don't.
don't think that's what you're doing to like Love said, cause you never answered that question. Like you don't think that's what you're doing to the actual Canadians, that black Canadians that have been there for centuries.
We have a very different history in Canada in terms of settlements here. So, and that's not the topic, so we're not even going to touch on that. But again, like I said, I just wanted to say thank you guys for all
You
I
your
mean, but
welcome.
various
we're trying to touch on it. That's
colors
why
of
we asked.
conversation. I
No,
really,
you're
really
welcome.
appreciate it.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
You're
That's all.
welcome. She like, let me get the hell off of here.
You see like
That was
don't
crazy
nobody like
work.
answering questions. And I don't
Y'all,
understand that.
that was crazy. That was crazy. That was crazy. Now, come on now. That was crazy. These, it's some people out here confused in everything. But that's what immigration does. It causes confusion to some people because she thought Canada was her country.
She didn't think it out well.
She
Now
no,
y'all
she
gave her
believed
something to think
Canada is
about.
her country. But I guess if you
Yeah, but
were,
now she has something to think about.
I mean, but is Canada her country, y'all, or is she still Jamaican? She was born there.
That lady
Hell
Jamaican.
nah, Canada ain't her country, man.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Tell me,
I'm
am
still
I wrong?
confused why the black keep saying that white people are immigrants. I'm still confused and stuck on that one because they came here around the same time we came here. We
No,
all
hold on.
immigrants.
No, not all of them.
We gotta delineate the white people.
No,
Cause
the black. Did you hear what she just said? She said she's still trying to figure out why you calling white people immigrants. It can be white immigrants. Anybody who immigrated here from somewhere else is an
yeah, it's
immigrant.
white tellers. It's white tellers out there. White people got
Uh,
tellers.
Yeah,
look
but
up,
I mean,
look
what
what
up,
do you
defines a
call?
white person? What do you think
Aisha.
defines a white person?
Look up Ellis Island. 12.5 million immigrants came through Ellis Island. That was the largest import of immigrants in the United States history. Look up Ellis Island.
Yeah,
And
but
then
okay, but we all came here from the 1500s all the way up to like the 1800s.
Who
So
did?
It's not Ellis Island,
all of
sweetheart.
us, the
they
the
not related. Those
Look
Okay,
people are
up
not
y'all.
Ellis
related.
Island. You need to look up Ellis Island and the date of Ellis Island so you can understand what I'm trying to tell you. Look
okay,
up
but
Ellis
we know that a
Island.
lot of them people were looking for freedom of religion and land,
Those
and
are
they all
different.
came
Hold
here.
on, Asia. Those are different groups of people. And that's why we say we delineating. We got to make sure YT people delineate. That's why they trying to come up with their version of heritage Americans.
Yeah,
Cause
some of them found they
if you're not a
called
WAS,
FWA and Heritage Americans.
yeah,
They
if you're
took
not a
it from
WAS,
us.
you're not a white American, and we have to acknowledge that because like original just said, they had a large influx of YT Europeans coming here during the 1920s. That's why they came up with the term WAS in the beginning, so they can disaggregate. Like Bobo just said, she was trying to hop into her Irish identity and say that she was somewhat like a slave. No, they was indentured service,
Nobody
but
said that. Don't put words in my mouth.
hold on.
Don't put words.
I'm just saying you was making the comparison that the Irish people went through a version of slavery, which original broke it down that indentured
They
servitude and
did.
slavery. Indentured, like original just said, indentured servitude and chattel slavery are two different things
And there
legally in
were plenty of
America.
Irish slaves. Get
No,
that through
that
your head. There were plenty of
indentured
Irish
servitude.
slaves and
Hold on,
servitude.
Bobo. Indentured servitude is slavery. It's a version of slavery, but it's not the same as chattel
But they were
slavery.
both different. They were both different. Why
That's
do you
what
keep
we
throwing that
saying.
out?
That's what I'm saying, lady.
Yes, and I'm saying
That's
there
what
were
I'm
Irish
saying.
slaves. I'm saying there are Irish slaves and Irish servants. Yes, I'm
No,
Hey,
agreeing.
the
no,
black,
no.
hold the black.
Both
Let me chime in real
both
quick, man.
Irish. Hold on, because I want to finish my thought. Because the main reason why I'm forcing delineation on YT people, because the Irish was still at one time considered potato niggas. They a lot of them was on the same level as us. So they just became white during the 1920s and 30s, just like the Italians, the Germans. They wasn't identified as white when the ideal of whiteness was created. Benjamin Franklin said he didn't want no Germans over here because he felt like they was too swarthy, too dark skinned looking. So these Germans and these other groups that's not Anglo Saxons, yes, they're not white. And we have to identify that because those are not the YT people we've been battling with and trying to build up this country and make it what it is. I could care less what these other groups of people have to say, just like these African tellers. Like,
Okay. I just needed to understand that. Like, where did that come from?
Well, hold on.
Okay, he
Let
just
me
told
add
you
something
where it
to it
comes
real
from,
quick, man.
Asia. It
Let
comes
me,
from when the Ellis Island. Go ahead,
Well, let me add something to
helicopter.
the Irish thing because I've been hearing we talking about the Irish for the past 15 minutes, right? Let's not forget two things about the Irish folks during that time. Number one, most of the plantation overseers, the plantation masters, right, the slave masters were Irish folks, right? And it's documented that a lot of the slaves picked up on that Irish dialect because there was so many Irish plantation masters all over the plantations in the South. And the second thing that I wanted to point out about the Irish, right, it's real funny that during the 1866 Civil Rights Act, when they were making an argument, there was one particular immigrant group that they talked about, and it was the Irish. And the reason they brought up the Irish is because the Irish was making so much progress in America and making so many gains in America that they were worried that the Irish was going to start taking over. So how is it that the Irish were slave masters and making so much progress in America that they got mentioned in the 1966 Civil Rights Bill, but all of a sudden y'all are disenfranchised? I want to know that.
Share the live and tap the screen. Share the live chat.
are you gonna answer him?
Share the live chat. Tap the screen. Come on now.
Okay, see what's following
You
along, bro.
wanna you're asking Bobo that, right? Because I definitely don't know all
Yeah,
of
I
their
was
history, but
asking
Okay.
Bobo that because
okay.
she's been defending the Irish, but I guess she ain't hear what I said.
All right, we're gonna go to Cha Cha. Okay, Asia, I'm gonna bring you back. Thank you. Go ahead, Cha Cha.
Yeah, peace to the room and all that. What's going on? Can we coexist? I want to stick to the theme of the conversation and, do speak to the young lady as well as the white people in the chat. I mean, we already have, but at what capacity moving forward? I feel like you got to be
Oh, if it's white,
honest
I'm
with
sorry,
the.
Cha Cha. If it's some white people or Latino people that say they white, or really, if it's really some white Americans that been here since the Revolutionary War, please, well, they ancestors, please grab a mic. Don't be in the comments. Don't be scared to come up. We having a conversation. Grab a mic, please. Go ahead, Cha Cha.
Yeah, I think that the conversation should be happening. Only thing that I do push back on is with the other immigrants because they have that mindset by proxy. So we should know the difference between a heritage white American Anglo-Saxon versus other people that be coming over here, and become immigrants, because they think they will be able to inherit that systematic mindset when they're new to the situation. I think we need to go at them a little bit harder when it comes to fighting against our rights and stuff because it's so easy for them to blend in, but at the same time they jumping on the bandwagon of that situation dealing with child slavery. But to the heritage Americans, y'all need to be honest and stop whining about the situation or trying to make us forget about it because you feel guilty. Those microaggressions, it's not, it's like you slap us in the face and instead of saying sorry, you just want to keep on having a conversation with us and think that everything is okay and it ain't. It's like you playing in our faces. So yeah, that's all I got to say right now. But all that, everybody dealt with slavery or we were slaves too and stuff like that, really, you think it releases you of taking accountability. But
Cha Cha, I would love to achieve your level of calmness. honestly. Helly, listen, I'm so sorry. You're right. I got quiet really quick, but according to the research I just did, less than 2% of slave owners were Irish. So I'm not really sure where you were coming with that. What were your I
No, he
mean,
was
we're
speaking
all
on
about
the
like what do you I'm sorry.
Let
helicopter
him
was speak.
answer the black helicopter.
Yeah, what my saying was is you've been saying this whole time about how the Irish was disenfranchised during
I
slavery and
didn't
how
say
y'all was
anything
slaves.
about
Hold on, let me finish.
disenfranchised.
Let me finish. Hold on, hold on.
Okay.
So you said during slavery y'all had, y'all were slaves too, indentured servitudes, whatever the case may be. And the reason that I push back on that is because the Irish was the actual slave masters, right? And there was so many Irish people that were slave masters. It's documented that the slaves actually started speaking like Irishmen. They actually started sounding like little leprechaun Jamaicans. Okay,
Then why
and
don't y'all
hold on,
sound
hold
that
on.
way?
Let me finish, right? And then, like I was saying earlier, the 1866 Civil Rights Act, right? When they were making the arguments for the bill, there was one specific group that they mentioned, one immigrant group, and that was the Irish. And the reason they mentioned the Irish is because the Irish was making so much progress in America, and y'all had so much knowledge of the plantations and how shit worked that they were afraid that y'all were going to take over. So my question was, how is it that you guys were slave masters on the plantation, and you guys were making so much progress to where the government thought y'all was going to take over, but at the same time y'all was indentured servitudes and y'all was just suffering? It don't make sense.
So, according to what I just read, less than 2% were slave masters. Less than 2% of the Irish in America were slave masters, but many were slaves and indentured servitude. Correct? We talked about that. So, I would like to think that all of us, anybody that was in that situation, who's stuck in that situation, is going to learn something. I would hope. We all did. Everybody.
But you weren't stuck in the situation. You were allowed out of the situation. There's a big
How
difference.
so? How so? There were Irish slaves weren't actually
No, there were
released
not
until what
Irish slaves. No, there
1949.
were not. There was
Okay,
no
y'all.
documentation of any Irish
All
slaves.
right, come on.
Let's
Listen,
move on.
I'm not gonna,
Hello,
like you said, I'm not gonna
hello.
do a victim parade with you. I'm not gonna do that
Yeah,
with
we
you.
got.
I'm just
Damn.
simply telling you my
Can y'all hear
research.
me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I can hear
Sorry.
you.
Oh,
You got a little
okay.
echo.
Do I? Okay. No.
Yeah, you good. You good.
Okay. Damn. The man just left. Go ahead. Let's listen. Um, don't we black people don't bite. I saw you come up. You can come back so you can add to the discussion.
I
Everybody
want
can
King
have a
Pharaoh to
mic.
come up.
Yeah, grab a mic. I know this is a tough conversation to have.
Everybody's
It's
been really nice to me, honestly. Everybody's been really nice. Even if we don't agree.
yeah, thank you, Bobo, for that. Yeah, so grab a mic, helicopter. Go ahead and finish your thought. I mean, let's move on from the slave, and I mean,
Well,
we're
I'll go
gonna
ahead and
agree to
finally,
disagree. Go
I'll go ahead
ahead.
and finally address the prompt if you want me to.
Okay, go ahead, helicopter.
All
Hey,
right,
King, hold tight. We're gonna get to you. If you got something to add when when he gets done, you can. Go ahead, King. I mean, helicopter.
all right. So So the prompt said, can we coexist? Right. I'm gonna start off by saying, the Seminole slash Negro Wars of 1815, slave codes, black codes, right? Um, Let me see, Jim Crow, War on Smugs, Biden crime bill, Tuskegee Airmen, Madame LaLaurie, right? Redlining, gentrification, right? Bank laws, credit laws, police in 2026, politics, stereotypes, Latinos, Asians, Africans. I mean, I can go on and on and on about all of the things that we've gotten from the particular group that some people call the dominant society in America, right? So how is it possible with all of this history and all of this stuff that's even going on today, 2026 police today? How can we coexist with anybody like that? The only way we can coexist with these people is in a business relationship where we're the primary beneficiary, and that's it. We might be able to work together. We might be able to go hang out together. We might be able to live together every once in a while. But the moment that we start doing better than them, that's where the conflict arises, right? And then the bad part about it is you got some black folks that marry interracially, right? They marry into those YT families. And yeah, they're white for their husband to be a great person, but it be the damn family members that be the daggone problem. You know what I'm saying? So even in those situations, we can't coexist with them. So with all of that being said, I don't really think I need to say no more about our history with those folks. Until we get paid what we're owed for all this shit that we've been through in America, we will never coexist. And even after we get paid, we're probably gonna coexist from a financial standpoint. And that's it. And I'm gonna land my plane.
Okay.
Yeah, and
Hold
I
on.
wrote.
What you got to say, Rev? Go ahead.
I
Oh,
just want to. I just want to just say this. I really don't understand everything that we do. We just don't do it for Black Americans. Everything that Black Americans do, it benefits every race. And I can't understand, for the sake of everything on this earth, why is it nobody want to recognize us? Everybody seems like they're in denial. It is what it is. If the sky is blue and you look up, it's blue. You know, that's the only thing that I feel that hurts me and my ancestors. Because look, we don't have to lie about what we do here in this country. We don't make up nothing. We just keep it real. And I don't know why. As people be so jealous, it seems to me so jealous because they know who we are. And I land my plane. I'm tired.
all right, Rev. King, how you doing? Welcome.
I'm doing fine. Thank you
You're
for
welcome.
bringing me on the panel. I don't
You're
have
welcome.
that much to say. I'm I
Can you just address the prompt real quick for me? Can we
Yes, ma'am.
coexist? Can we coexist? And then you can
Yes,
say what you got to say.
yes, ma'am. Can we coexist? I believe that we have no choice but to coexist. We've been coexisting, but agree with Helicopter that we coexist on a business level, as far as making deals. But as far as a people, it's really hard, I believe, because we're so different. We're so different. I believe Black people are just more peaceful, and I don't know, we're just different. But we have to find a way to coexist because we've been coexisting since, like you said, since the Revolutionary War, Civil War. We have a strong tie with YT people. And so we have to find a way to coexist.
Real quick, King, which YT people? You talking about like? Are you
The
even including the?
like the ones like you were speaking of, the ones that's been here,
Right. All
that
right.
we've been dealing with, that most of us got our names from, our surnames from.
Okay. All right. Original. I'm gonna throw it back at you.
Um, I think we can coexist because we always have. Um, I just think it becomes a little bit tedious and overwhelming when you can see the disparities and you can see the economic hardships, you can see the historical atrocities, you can readily available see all the things that was done to hold the Black American down in the United States of America, and no reparative justice has came from that. So I think people look at reparations as kind of a handout or like a gift, a cash settlement, but that's not actually what reparations is. Uh, I think people need to really look into what reparations is and how reparations was paid to other lineages of people that were done negatively and harmed by the United States government. When it comes to restitution or restoring the things that were lost, like the land that was lost, the deed theft, the land allotments that were taken, the agricultural farmland that was taken, it's so many things that have yet to been reconciled when it comes to things that were done to the Black Americans, specifically descendants of U.S. chattel slavery. So if people don't actually make a repair to the historical harms, then there will always be an underlying tension, because most people were issued reparative justice from historical harms, whether it be the Japanese in the internment camps, the Native Americans, the Alaskan Native tribes, so on and so forth, Cuban refugees. The list goes on. We got technology so you can go see who was actually given reparative justice by the United States government. And when it comes to that, I think people forget that during this 1964 Civil Rights Act, all of those civil liberties and rights to justice that Black Americans fought for went to all other minorities. Also, in the year following 1965, they looked at how they were discriminating on the Immigration Act, and they began to let over more melanated immigrants because their immigration policies were racist as well. So I think when people begin to have these discussions, I think they need to look on history. So how we can move forward is looking at history and learning how to never repeat that. That's one of the forms of reparations as well. They offer you a form of apology, and they vow to never repeat those harms. So I think people need to really look into uh, healing what has been done so we can move forward and go forward, because we've already been living and cohabitating for hundreds and hundreds of years. But I think it's dishonest to pretend like the Black American has not gotten, he hasn't really received his due justice on his land and in his soil. That's where the disdain comes from to me.
Got a rebuttal.
Oh, go ahead, helicopter.
And are we doing rebuttals tonight? I'm sorry.
I mean, if you got one, go ahead. Nobody popped off and said they had one, but go ahead. You got one.
Okay, yeah, there was two things my brother said that I wanted to point out. The first thing was that he had pretty much mirrored what the last guy said about us coexisting. I want to push back on that. Coexist has a meaning, right? And one of the foundations of the word coexist is for both people to exist in peace equally. There's no point in American history when we have been at peace with the dominant society. You know what I'm saying? So we have never really coexisted with those guys, right? We've tolerated them. You know what I'm saying? We've dealt with their BS. You know what I'm saying? We've overcome all of all the crap that they've thrown on us. But at the end of the day, we've never actually coexisted. We've never had equal opportunities together. And the second thing you said about there was, reparations can come in many different forms. I disagree with that one too, because all the things you talk about, all those things take cash, right? And when these guys were receiving their reparations, all the other groups, they got cash. The Native Americans, cash. Japanese, cash. Small hats, cash. I think you're going where I see where I'm going with that. So yeah, we can have peace. We can have all these forgiveness and all this other stuff. We could do all that after we get our cash. And I'm gonna land my plane.
Yeah, I'm not against cash, brother. I was just saying it's more to reparations than just cash. I think people use that cash as a scapegoat to argue y'all just want money. No, it's restitution, compensation, rehabilitation, satisfaction, and guarantee of non-repetition. So it's five tenets to reparation. Cash is just one of them.
Okay, shout out to the chat as always, you guys.
I think there is. Oh, I'm
We
sorry.
got no, that's okay. Hold on. We got our 100K plus some change, y'all. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Can y'all hear those claps, y'all? Can y'all hear my soundboard? Y'all hear the claps?
No.
No, we
Y'all don't
don't.
hear no claps?
No,
No.
ma'am.
Oh.
Go ahead. Take your time, babe.
No, y'all go ahead. Still don't hear them? Dang, that's crazy. All
No.
right, go ahead, y'all. So
No,
Divine.
I was just gonna say, yeah, there should be restorative justice outside of just cash. There should be land allotments. There should be a lot of things written in policy, all of that, not just money. The 40 acres, even if it's not 40 acres, there need to be some acreage. There need to be institutions in place as well, you know, that cater to us, because a lot of stuff was happening unjustly, even medically, educational wise, all of that. So I feel like it's more to it than just the money, especially policy. You know.
I agree that reparations are owed, and it is a debt owed. The hard part here is that the U.S. government has already stated to the United Nations that they were not going to pay reparations because slavery was legal at the time,
Hold
and
Wrong.
on.
That
also
was
So
not what
what did you
happened.
come up? Did you come up here tonight? I don't even know. I don't even know if tonight other people other than Black Americans. I think tonight is
my
just gonna
mama
be
is a
us.
Black American though,
Oh
so
yeah, I
No,
forgot
hold
about
on.
that.
Come on, tell the think tank. You just said
Mama.
I
no,
forgot.
bro. You
He
said you
had
was
been
for
saying that.
Nigeria.
Yeah, he did, but he been saying that since I met him that he was white ethnic.
I'm pro reparations. So, but I'm on your side. I'm saying, okay,
Because we don't feel like negativity tonight. We just had
I'm
to
not here
talk
for
to
no
the
negative. I'm not
other
here on no
people.
negative stuff.
You was pro reparations, but go ahead, throw the button in there.
Ain't no but. I just said that the U.S. government has said that they're against reparations. That reparations, no, slavery was legal at the time, and the first defense is they're going to say that you guys sold each other into slavery, so we're not going to pay anything.
But you know, our reparations claim is not based off the transatlantic slave trade. It's based off slavery in America after they outlawed it and the transgressions after like Jim Crow, redlining, uh, all those things. Like we're not focusing on the actual slave trade. We're talking about what happened on American soil, what the
Right.
government allowed to happen
It was
after,
legal. It was
and
legal at the time.
especially after Reconstruction.
Let's not be telling falsities now. That was in response to Ghana's claim for reparations. They weren't talking to foundational Black Americans when they said that. They told Ghana that the slave trade was legal at the time. They told Ghana, you guys participated in the slave trade. They didn't say that to us. We haven't taken our reparations claim to the UN, so we don't care what the UN says.
And plus, the United States said they can't even prove if we they descendants or not.
So
Sin, when they say that slavery was legal at the time, that means that no crime was committed. Their hands are clean
They
because
were
slavery
talking
was
to
part.
Ghana.
No,
okay,
they
look,
weren't
Yes,
just
because
talking to
Ghana was a
Ghana.
willing participant. That's why, yeah,
look,
Ghana,
look.
it
And,
wasn't
and
against the law in Ghana at that time,
no, it wasn't
or the
against the
little
law in the
coast.
United States.
They
Slavery was in
say,
the Constitution of the United States.
listen to
No, it's
this. Hold
not.
on,
Like y'all need to
hold on.
stop saying these
Let me
No, I
respond.
can't
falsities.
Let me
because Ghana
respond.
was a
Hold on, Divine,
representative
go
of
ahead.
the AU, the African Union, and also CARICOM, which represented the Caribbean. So it wasn't just Ghana. Ghana is the figurehead, but they were representing the AU.
Yeah, so this something I
Mentioned that
looked
they
into.
would give justice to the victims.
This
They brought that up as a point as well during that
this
speech. I
something
don't
I
know
looked.
why people
Okay,
forget
I
thank
that.
you for
want
coming up
reparations
to
to
the
pass.
think
I want
tank. I
reparations to go
understand.
through.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay,
We're gonna
this is
Okay.
rotate you down.
So
Thank
I'm
you.
gonna answer the prompt. The can we coexist? We are coexisting in a terrible way. Peacefully coexisting, that's another thing. I think as far as the US right now, we're in this type of transition. We have to define what being an American is. Because so far we have the people who've been here, who've been American, and then we have people coming here, and that's why the 14th Amendment, whatnot, is being challenged, saying that just being born here is just being American. So we really need to have a definitive clarity on that, because I get they say America is a melting pot, et cetera, but that comes with blurred lines. And that's why there's no clarity. That's why there's no boundaries, no respect, because, the new version of coexisting and being American is to accept everything or it's nothing. It's all or nothing system. It's not a you can do that on your side and do that. And I feel like it muddies what it truly means to be an American. Because, from my opinion, correct me if I'm wrong, but from people that come over here, they feel like, oh, America, you can be born here and create your own country and basically segregate yourselves from the rest. And that's what being American is. So that doesn't align with being coexisted and whatnot. So I guess we start at what is an American?
The original inhabitants of America applied to the copper colored people of America, but now applied to the European descendants. That's the 1828 definition of American. So even they realized that they were foreigners to the land of America. They were already copper colored indigenous people here before they became themselves American. So the 1828 definition describes the original or aboriginal copper-colored races found here by the Europeans, but now subscribe to the Europeans. So there was a race of indigenous people here already called Americans before those people came over on Ellis Island or in 1776, 16, 19, 15, 26, etc., etc. But
My thing is, how do you apply that to now? How do you
to
apply that
Americans now.
for the
I
future?
think I think Americans would be those people whose ancestors have been in America since its inception, since before 1776, after 1776. Most of them were established after 1865, and most immigrants, especially most immigrants from Ellis Island, came over in the 1900s, and most Africans or melanated immigrants began to come over in 1965 after the Immigration Act. So I think like some of these things people be asking questions to, you can really ask your computer and it'll tell you, because them people are fairly new here. There were black people that were already here before they got here. There were indigenous people here before they already got here. So it's people that are truly American. It's people that are recent immigrants to America. And it's people that were here during the Revolutionary War and so on and so forth. So you just got to begin to be truthful when you ask these questions and just try to see who is what and where are they. Because like the host said, even the white American Anglo-Saxon Protestants are separating themselves. When President Trump found out that one of those guys on his cabinet was Italian, he was like, "Oh, I thought you were a WASP," meaning he knew most of your people probably came over here during Ellis Island. So
But
people,
what do you say to the people who are here now
the
and
people
all
that
the
are here,
discoveries of people just, the anchor babies or, the ring of Asian hotels where they have Asians
yeah,
in
yeah, yeah.
there
So
and
those
having
people are
babies and in
abusing
Florida.
those people are abusing the birthright citizenship. That's why they're
Correct.
reviewing. Because
Correct.
within their birthright citizenship, I think a lot of people are disingenuous when they look up the birthright citizenship as without laws and amendments. It was written specifically for the enslaved people suffering from black codes.
Correct.
But when it was written, it said all persons. But it was intended for black Americans who were descendants of slavery suffering from black codes. But when they wrote it, they put all persons. So all persons, including corporations, got the benefit from it. So when people begin to utilize these legal jargon and talking points, we know exactly who it was for, but we're not the people that's benefiting from it. People have been abusing it. That's why they're looking at it right now.
Correct. But how do we move forward? So I know we're waiting
We
for
move,
the for it in June.
I think we move forward by accurately assessing the past. So to acknowledge, like I said, past atrocities. There was a past atrocity. That was just like the 1964 Civil Rights Act. When we fought for all that, black Americans did all that marching and fighting and getting sprayed by water hoses and this and that. And bam, we got the laws fixed, y'all. Guess who it goes to? All other minorities. Ain't it about time that we can look at that and see, like, damn, that's kind of weird. Every time we fight for something, it goes to all other minorities. We have yet to have specific laws and legal policies enacted just specifically for Black Americans. That's kind of like, I'm like tired of pretending like that's not a bad thing.
No, it's not a
That's
bad
why
thing,
I
but it's
said
being
that should
challenged
be
by
a
the
part of
affirmative
our
action.
reparations. That's why I
Affirmative
said
action
that.
already gone.
It takes more
Yeah,
than
the
the
people who
cash.
challenge the affirmative action, everything is being challenged. And like I've said before, I'm from Cali, and specific programs that are designated for Black people are being challenged by white tea or Hispanics, specifically Black infant health, and I believe another funding from the Black Caucus are being challenged just for saying Black. So that's another
Yeah,
reason why I said, how can we coexist?
that's somewhat of a good thing. We need to get out of this blackness and this color paradigm. We need to be based on lineage. That's why if you can't prove you an American, you been here, then yes, none of these American things that people benefit from shouldn't apply to you. And,
I
and,
guess
and
what my
YT
thing
people
is,
should be able to
my bad.
show their paperwork just like we got to be forced to show our paperwork. And we apply that all across the board. And there should be nothing wrong with applying it. Because these YT people can chase their paperwork if they're actually white Americans. And that's why a lot of these liberals don't want to do that, because a lot of these liberals, they understand history and they know they Ellis Island babies. So yeah, let's help them delineate, just like we delineating.
Do you
Hey, can
think
I
We
it's
chime in
gotta
still
real
help
quick to
far from
them.
answer the
We
being
question?
gotta help
challenged?
them
Sorry.
delineate.
Yeah,
Oh,
can I
go
answer
ahead.
a question real quick? So one of the things, and I'm not going to give the play because we got some immigrants on this panel. I mean, in the room, right? But you said you asked the question, what do we do moving forward? And I'm going to answer it by saying this: freedmen was a political status at one point, right? The Freedmen's Bank was a actually federal government chartered bank in America, right? So moving forward, I'm just going to say freedmen was an actual political status, and we had a bank that was chartered by the federal government. So it won't be that hard to, get things funded again, wink, wink, hint, hint. So I'm going to land my plane on that.
No, true. And like I said, stated in California have already started. Well, it got put into law for California and started this year, where we have a freemen slash ADOS, if people go by ADOS, organization to trace lineage to start with reparations in California already. So that's already in play in this state, at least.
I
I
think
guess
we need
my
to stop
my
being.
argument. Oh, go ahead.
I think we need to stop being scared of the legal system and actually use it, because we've been kind of
Thank you for
trained
the
to be
gifts. Thank you.
afraid of
Thank
a.
you, AA and Tyler Think Tank. Sorry, the black.
Yeah, you're all right. We've been kind of trained over these last 20, 30 years to have a disdain against America and a distrust against the system. And we got to start using the system to our benefit, because when you look at the laws, it does kind of weigh in our favor. We just don't use it correctly, and we don't have representatives actually willing to put their bar license on the line to do for justice and progress, like the older generations did, because they challenged the law so they could change the law and make it better. You don't have those type of people out here like that anymore. They're ambulance chasers. They trying to get a check.
So
Okay,
going forward,
oh, I'm sorry. I want to address the prompt. Can we coexist? I think, because if y'all notice, the prompt is Black Americans and white Americans. I would consider the Black Americans, I mean white Americans, the ones who like the pilgrims and, stuff like that. People who can go back to the 1860s and before. You know what I mean? I think we can, because I've had conversations on this on X though, with quite a few. And you know what I mean? We have a lot in common. Not in common, you know what I mean, but we do have we Americans, we done fought in all these wars together and been here together. Then we will go back to fighting them too. But a lot of them tell me that they don't disagree with reparations. They feel like we are owed that. It just depends on, like, how can we work it out and make it happen, because a lot of them feel like they ready to get over this as well, so we can kind of move on because it's destroying the country type of thought. That's what they say. I don't know. But so I think it is important for us to delineate, white people too, because if everybody gonna claim white and the numbers keep going up, then what? It's like we fighting people who don't know us at all. They got the same kind of ideas that a lot of these melanated immigrants come here and have about us. They all have that in common, it seems like. So I don't know. I hope we can coexist. I don't know. I don't have another country to go to, so I don't know. I believe we can have our own areas too. I'm of that process too. I don't have to live around white people. You know what I mean? I don't know. What y'all think about that?
Yeah,
I agree
that's
with you,
why
Blue
I
Dog.
don't get mad about them having these little white towns. Only thing I care about is them sundown towns. Because if they'll be able to have their own towns and put that into law, so can we. Then that means it's already written in the books. It's set precedent to our shit as Americans. And who deserves that more than us? It's just the violent part, the mischievous part. So we should be able it should be more fair. That's what I would say as far as like the Second Amendment.
Right.
because they be scared for that. It ain't fun when the rabbit got the pew pew,
Yeah.
but
But most of
it's
them will agree that we helped build this country. Well, they say help. They don't say we did it by ourselves, but they say that we were a big part in helping build this country. And at least they know that. Some people say we ain't did nothing. This the white man, all the white men. You know what I mean? So at least the ones who been over
You're right.
here, yeah, you know what I mean. So I don't really hear them saying that. They acknowledging, even though they don't, they don't want to be bothered with us like we don't want to be bothered with them, but they know what time it is. And unlike a lot of these other people who come
yeah.
here,
Can I
I
say,
feel
like,
like, oh, go
for the
ahead.
people that don't understand YT delineation, because I see a comment like, how you gonna delineate YT from the slave master when they come from European countries? We do have to realize when America became a country, those crazy ass YT people that went against the British, they no longer
sorry,
identified
Africa, I
as,
let you up by mistake.
yeah, they no longer identified as British or any other European country that that they came from. And any European that came over here, they didn't like them, and they was adamant about not allowing them to be here. That's why you had the the native the original Native Americans, the Know Nothing Party. Then you had the Black and Tans. You had every 20, 30, 50 generations, you have a group of YT Americans that don't want other Europeans. That's why they fight over there in Europe, just like Africans fight with each other. So yes, these group of people, we may not like to acknowledge them, but we understand that they are not Europeans. They don't even like being considered Europeans.
Share the live and tap the screen. Share the I live. feel, oh, sorry, Mom.
No, go ahead. Did you have something you wanted to add? You just came back up, Bobo. Welcome back.
Thank you. Hi.
Hey.
To DB. Sorry. Duh. DB. You
The
were talking
black.
about.
You talking about
Yes,
the
ma'am.
black? The
Yes,
black.
ma'am.
Yeah, the black
DB.
receipt. The black. Yeah.
You were talking about being trained. Are you trained, or are you just saying other people are trained?
No, I'm saying, like, when you look at how education has turned, the indoctrination of having a disdain or unfavorable look at America has grown,
So you're
especially with,
saying, hold on. So my question: are you saying you're
Oh, I'm
trained, or
sorry.
other people are trained? No, host. I was
yes,
asking
No,
the
I'm
DB.
saying right after you and him. I'm gonna give y'all a minute, but I didn't see. I didn't know original had wanted to go.
Sorry,
Um,
original.
yeah,
let me change the terminology I
yeah.
use. People are educated and taught to to have an unfavorable, you know what I'm saying, look at America as the big bad guy, and most of these people really don't even have any true history within America. So that's why I want to clean up that narrative. Yes, America has its issues, but that history doesn't apply to everybody. Like, I understand why Black Americans say that, and our issues with America, but other people issues, it's mostly because they're either jealous of America. America done took in part in doing some political coup in their countries, or they don't put some sanctions on their countries. Like, other than that, like, that's why I don't understand why a lot of immigrants have a disdain against Black Americans, other than wanting to be part of YT supremacy and use us as a stepping stone. That's why what Original said earlier, that the things that we fight for end up going to immigrants. That's part of the co-op, the buffer class, to continue the racial tension between actual white Americans and Black Americans, and how these buffer classes running amok that are already anti-American. That's why the sentiment has grown over the years, and it's kind of distasteful to be all about America and be focused on your ethnic group that is from America.
I, I'm so sorry. So, just to clarify, so you're saying other people are trained, people outside of our country that I don't know see things on like media? Is that? I mean, I'm trying to follow. I'm trying to track
Come
what you
come
were
come
saying.
come on, Bobo. You you
Yes,
you
sir.
you say you work in the legal field.
I do.
You
You
know how
said,
things go.
hold on, you said people were trained, and I'm
Yes, in the
asking you
in
specifically,
when
hold
you
on,
look
let me
at the
finish.
education
I let
system.
you, hold on, I let you finish. I let you
Okay,
talk for
go
a
ahead.
long
Go ahead.
time. I'm asking you a very specific question. Are you saying that you're trained or other people are trained based on what they see? And what I want to know is, what are you talking about that they see? Is it social media, textbooks, history books, school books? I, what are you talking about?
I'm speaking on the education system, and yes, social media, all factors of media, but I'm speaking basically on the education system and how it changed over the last 20 to 30 years. Though it's been more it's been more okay to be anti-American and teach anti-American things than it was back in the day. You had more of a American pride. They took away saying the pledge of allegiance. The reason why they add that into America so we could have a national pride and we can look past race, but that's been changed into we're being multicultural, you know what I'm saying, melting pot, and the ideal of the American melting pot was for YT Europeans coming over here and melting into the already white population that was here. They wanted to be set apart. So that's really what the original meaning of the melting pot was. It was never meant to add black people because they knew it was two nations within a nation.
But hold on, you guys are everybody's a part of the melting pot. Why wouldn't they include black people? Honestly, if I was a black person, I'd be kind of pissed off if they weren't including black people in the melting pot. I'm
Why
just saying.
Okay, let original in. Go ahead,
I'm sorry.
original. That's okay, Bobo. Go ahead, original.
I was going to answer to Divine about going forward because I always like to think about how to progress conversations and thought processes going forward. So I think going forward, even though we had Black Wall Street, Black History Month, Say It Loud, I'm Black and I'm Proud, Black Love, etc., etc. We coined Black to be so proud and in love with it. It doesn't benefit us when it comes to U.S. Policies politically, economically, legally, it doesn't benefit us to label ourselves black when we're fighting for anything when it comes to U.S. policies. So I think when we're fighting for U.S. policies or specific things, specifically for Black Americans, African Americans, whatever you want to call them, descendants of U.S. chattel slavery need to go by a specific lineage. And that specific lineage has a specific timeline tied to it. Most melanated immigrants didn't come to America until after 1965. Most people weren't here in 1865. Most people's ancestry can't go back to the 1700s or the 1600s. So that specific group of people that were harmed and did injustices in the United States of America, they have a specific timeline and a specific bloodline, whether it be unalive certificates, birth certificates, church records, baptisms, court records, court documents, um, et cetera, land deeds, land grants, tribal enrollments, whatever may have you. I think when it comes to us using race, it flattens us out into all other sub-Saharan African groups when most of us are not from sub-Saharan Africa. As much as many people want to identify with that, some people do have sub-Saharan African ancestry, but all people are not descendants of that specific lineage. But that lineage also stops. Most of those people, when they came over here, by the 1800s, they had lost all tongues and all languages and all cultures and customs from Africa. They became American. So I think people are hanging on to race politics when race doesn't do us any due justice because race puts us in a category of all other peoples. So we're lumped in with all other minorities. That's why whenever we fight for something, like the Civil Rights Act, it went to all other minorities instead of specifically for U.S. descendants of chattel slavery, those people who went through Jim Crow, those people who went through black codes, those people who went through redlining, strange fruits, crosses burning in the yard, et cetera, et cetera. I think people need to understand the actual history of America when they have these conversations, and then juxtapose them with why the United Nations said no. The United Nations didn't say no just because. They based it off, oh, it was legal at the time. Well, if we start from when slavery ended in 1865, you can still go from then and still have redlining, Jim Crow, segregation, et cetera, that they need to pay for. Tuskegee Institute, vaccinations of, that disease that they gave those people. There's so many things that you can also fight for. And another thing that the United Nations guy said was they were unclear about who those cash payments would go to. So they wrote it up as if long lost descendants of Africa would be in constitution of distributing those funds. That's two reasons why the United Nations said no, because it's so flatly based on race when those people are not our distant ancestors. Well, they're long, if they are ancestors, they're long distant ancestors who never went through what Americans, U.S. descendants of chattel slavery went through, Black Americans, Negro Americans, whatever you want to call them. We have to understand that we have a specific lineage, and to have something specific for yourself, if you go and you just look on your computer and you look, use whatever kind of device you got, because I grew up and we were just riding bikes outside and kicking it, and we couldn't look up everything online. We had to read books, but you can look up. People have received reparations based off of historical harms done to people that were alive before them. So to pretend like Black Americans can't get it is kind of past shameful at this point, because I got too much technology that can show me other people that have gotten it. And also, April the 14th, they just granted Native Americans an extra $1.1 billion to them on top of the casinos and things that they already have. Yes, Bubba, the Tuskegee people were already paid, and President Bill Clinton apologized to them. But this is one group of people. It's more people that went through atrocious things as well. That was one of the things they did pay for, though.
Well, I guess for me, there's two things in my mind that moving forward, how we can progress. And that's one, making sure we're on the census as our own ethnicity. I know I looked up when to petition and whatnot, and I guess it's the 2030. We can do it. That's the opening time to do that. And so that's one of the first things that should be done. And I mean, other people have been talking about it on TikTok, but the second is to somehow, like you said, get away from the term Black and just go with probably, honestly, the original freedmen, because that's the one that's tied to history, and then create our own Black caucus.
Can I say something real quick about the word black? When they argue for the 1866 Civil Rights Bill or Act, they used black codes and they specifically talked about black people. And when they were asked who are the black people you're talking about, they said the Negroes, the descendants of slaves, and the freedmen. So I don't think it's okay for us to abandon the word black when black is literally used to describe us, and us in particular, us only. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna land on that.
Yeah, I'm not saying abandon it. I'm
Wrong
saying
culturally as
don't
well. I
move
just
away.
wanted to add that in, not
Wait a
just
minute,
by
hold on,
law.
Cha Cha. Go ahead, original.
Now, I'm not saying abandon it. You know what I'm saying? Because it's so much pride in, Black Wall Street, Black History Month. Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not saying abandon it. I'm saying when we going forward, when it comes to political and legal gain, you can't do anything with race-based politics. You seeing how they playing the game right now by suing. You seen the lady just sue for the lady that had a specific program for Black mothers. They're using that against you right now. They're using anti-discrimination laws that were set up for you against you, because they're saying, well, it's Black people that have specific. Somebody made a law to specifically help Black mothers because they had high infant mortality rates, and they're suing against that right now. It was a Chinese man and a Kenyan man that came together to stop some form of affirmative action at a college. They're using the same laws that you use for yourself against you. So we have to get away from that, because
And
one
that
thing you
other
can't
lady,
discriminate against.
Latino, right? Original,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
Latino woman, all
exactly.
immigrants. Do y'all see that?
So you can't keep using Black because they're gonna use it against you. But you know what they can't go against? They can't go against Zionists or Israelis because they are lineage. They're a specific lineage of people. They can't go against Native Americans and Alaskan natives because they're a specific lineage. They can't go against Japanese internment camp people because they're a specific lineage. They can't go against specific lineage. That's why we need a specific lineage for ourselves going forward. I ain't say throw down black, never. But we need to obviously recognize our lineage. It means something.
Well, I just have a question to original. I mean, I've always seen myself as a Black American. So, what would that description be? What would it be on the census? Is my question.
Okay, so like the brother helicopter said, we have. I know I just got my granddaddy birth certificate. It said Negro on there. We also had a classification called freedmen. Those people that were freed from slaves. It was free people of color and freedmen. So it's different terminologies that were already used for us before this African American term got coined on us in 1987, I think. So it's different forms of legalities we can use to specify what our lineage is. And it's not that hard to see that most melanated immigrants didn't get here until 1965. Most people can't trace their ancestry back here like we can. We have documentation of who we are. We have city town halls and what do we have in the middle? Most towns have what's in the middle of your town where you can go get your birth and death, my bad, unalive and certificate.
City Hall, I think
City
it is.
Yeah,
Hall.
yeah, yeah.
You can go find we don't it's not hard to see who we are. I think people just make it harder than it. We know who we are. You know if your grandma got some land down there in Mississippi you ain't touched yet. You remember Auntie and them talking about yeah this and that and the third. You know this specific lineage and culture and heritage that we are. They are not that. It's no disrespect to them, but we have to operate on our lineage going forward because if we keep operating under blackness, that's putting us under all sub-Saharan African groups. So that's Nigerians,
And that's
Jamaicans,
what
Ghanaians, et
FBA
cetera, et
is.
cetera.
Isn't that
Hold on. Go ahead. Finish laying your plane.
No, that was it. I think lineage is a good. I think the way people are perceiving lineage base is being negatively impacted versus actually looking at how legal when it going legally on policy based things like we noticing no policy has ever been driven. It's been driven by us, but it's never been specifically given to us. That's because we operated off race politics. You can't get anything specifically off race politics. You need to go by lineage. If you begin to understand your lineage, then you will have ties to the American government taking care of you specifically. Like Kenyans got specifically repaired by the United Kingdom or British soldiers did them wrong. They're revisiting that again. Lineage means something.
I agree with you. Go ahead.
no? I was saying, but isn't that what FBA or Solon is about? Having that terminology be put in the
You know
records.
what, Cha Cha? I don't know who gonna decide that, but I just know we all ain't gonna agree on one name.
But
That's a wrap.
yeah, I think people are too hyper
Somebody else
focused
gonna
on.
have to decide that.
I think people are too hyper focused on what we gonna be labeled as instead of like what delineation is supposed to do. You standing on your own individual family history, because that's what your lineage is. Yes, we all have the only thing that link us together is we all have a shared history in America, but it is diverse. So like you have many people in Louisiana ain't never left Louisiana since the 1700s. You have people that never left South Carolina since the 1700s. And you have people who done migrated all across this country. So that history means something. That's the main reason why you're supposed to stand on your own family lineage. Because if you're a person that's in California who family done came from all the way from South Carolina throughout this whole country, most likely your family got land in down there every state. You know what I'm saying? You have a generation that have had land here, there, and there. because we've been forced to migrate so many times within our own country and rebuild. So it makes sense on why majority of the country is untapped. Like uh, a lot of the South is, know what I'm saying, undeveloped because you have a lot of land that's tied up in Earl's property. That's why a lot of people don't want Black Americans to do their family tree and their lineage because you can file a family class action lawsuit like the people that did at Brewster Beach and other people who have got their reparations within their own family lineage. And that's what I feel like we need to focus on. Many of your family wounds, and y'all get together and do a family class action lawsuit, because those are the tangible wrongs that you can actually prove in a court of law.
Which is why I also said to tie it to Freeman, because that ties to reparation, that ties to a specific lineage, that ties to people affected by chattel slavery. It has to be something that's legal and that was put out there already. And even though we, want to say FBA right now, obviously some people are already trying to co-opt the
Then Bobo.
FBA. Oh, okay. Trying to co-opt the FBA name already by saying foundational Black Africans or whatnot. Like it's a slippery slope using Black still. And I mean, I'm not saying that we can't say, oh, yeah, we're Black American, in person and whatnot, but legally it has to stick to one thing in order to get our reparations and to be slick about it and to get our lineage-based programs so they can't be shut down. And so that's why I said we have to figure out how to group ourselves into having a political voice, having a lineage based trace, like into order to join and be a voice of our people, you have to, be a part of that lineage. And I feel like that's how we can gatekeep, what our people actually want and not it be diluted by the term black. Black is just too broad.
I mean, we could. I feel like the only tangible term we
After
can
you
go back
go,
is
let
Negro.
Bobo go. After you go ahead, finish Black, then Bobo.
Yeah, I think the most tangible term we can go by is Negro, because everybody wasn't a freeman or descendant of freemans, just like everybody wasn't descendant of Indians and African slaves. That's why our history is so nuanced and so diverse and intertwined in many ways. It does confuse people. That's why it's best to stand on your own family lineage, and then after that we can come together and figure out what we want to be labeled later. But the Negro term has more validity and legalese and law, and have a connection that all of us have been labeled at one period of time, other than outsiders. Because even if you want to bring in the slavery part, they had African slaves and Negro slaves. They separated then. But you can go, Bobo.
All I was going to say was when it comes down to it, it's always going to be a legality. Like, what is the law? And you have to be able to prove that some specific person hurt you, defamed you, did something terrible to you. I'm just being honest. I've looked into it. It's why that you don't see reparations that have been handed out really anywhere in the country other than a few places. And that's because you have to,
What was
there's
that Asian? What was them Asians that got reparations?
Yeah,
Tell me all the
Asians.
times. Tell me all the time. Somebody
because
this.
they had, I can tell you that, I can answer that. They had family members that were still alive that were able to prove their lineage all the way back to the camps. I'm so sorry, I'm outside. I am so sorry.
The Japanese, okay.
I'm so
The
sorry, I'm
Jews.
outside.
I mean, I love
Those
TikTok
people
shop. I
were
love TikTok shop. The small hats. I'm sorry, y'all.
those people were in camps and they were able to prove their lineage. They still have family members alive. They had paperwork. The problem is with reparations for slaves, it doesn't matter what color you are. You have to be able to prove it with paperwork. Now, there are people in our country, but less than 2%.
But it's
I
not
don't make the
just for
rules.
slavery.
But,
Yeah, and then
but
like
I
we
thought,
have the
I thought,
paperwork to prove that. That's what we continue to say. And that's the part that people want to ignore. Like we have the historical proof of all the displacements, the paperwork of who got displaced, the
but
treaties of these Indian people who had slaves. We have the deeds. That's how we trace our own lineage, and
I get,
we
I
know these
understand.
facts.
I understand what you're saying, but you cannot point it to a person in this country that you can sue that's alive.
And
But
can I ask a
most
question
of
real
these
quick?
people,
To the
hold
banks.
on, helicopter. I do want to say like, but most of these families that we got to trace to the sue are corporations today. Like
Agreed.
a lot of them are corporations, or the
That's how
railroads
they
that's
get thrown
owned by.
out.
Hold on, or the railroads that's owned by the government. They displaced a lot of people and stole a lot of land. So that's why it's very nuanced because not everybody's story is the same. But every group of immigrants that have came here and been wronged by America have got some type of restitution.
It's why they get thrown out because yes, you are correct. A lot of them can be traced back to corporations, but you cannot trace it back to an individual. And most of our laws in most states, not all, but most, uh, when you do a defamation or reparation, it has to be to a specific person. You actually have to be able to prove that some person, whoever, actually harmed you in some way, whether it was physical, defamation, hurt your property. That's just the way our law works. I don't make the rules.
Yeah,
Can I ask, so can I ask a
that's
question
not
real quick? You
yeah.
said we gotta be able to tie.
Let helicopter go right quick.
So you said we gotta be able to tie it to a specific person. So I want to present you with an example, right? So my grandfather served in World War II, and well, I'm sorry, not to say WAR. I love TikTok Shop. He served in the WW2 conflict, and when he came home, he was denied his GI Bill, right? I've got the documentation, all the evidence. I got his DD 214, everything like that. Would I have a claim against the government that denied him his GI Bill?
Yes, sir. Yes, you would. Yes, you would, actually. If you can prove
So if
your
there's a whole
lineage.
entire group of us.
Yes,
So that
you
means like
can.
okay, so okay, all right.
All you have to do, find an
But
attorney.
Bobo,
Use,
you
yes, sir. Sorry.
but can you at least admit that the courts do prolong certain cases and try to put them to the side and hope that people either can't afford the extra fees or just can't wait that long through litigation, and
I can
that's
tell
why
you that
most people give up.
I have met.
That was one excuse that they had during the Supreme Court during the 14th Amendment that Sotomayor and many other people had brought up when it came down to if they changed birthright citizenship, people having to come and protest the government as individuals.
Yes, and so as excuse me, if you were trying to open up a class actions are so hard to get done because you have to actually have literally hundreds of people. So, for example, one of the law firms I was working for, I can't give names, we were defending a big like home decor company, right? And there were a lot of people that were coming forward with wage and hour claims saying, you guys didn't pay us overtime, whatever. Don't need to go into the legalities other than that there were a lot of people saying the same thing. And all these people came forward, they submitted their claims. As a law firm, we were initiated and we had to send out these letters to these people, like questionnaires, basically. I'm assuming everybody's probably gotten something in the mail that's like AT&T legal lawsuit, right? Right?
Yeah. We got those kind of
Right.
mail.
So you get these questionnaires and you have to fill it out. What they don't want that lawsuit to be labeled into a class action. A class action almost always means a huge lawsuit or excuse me, a huge settlement rather. Regardless the outcome, regardless what the claims are, if it gets commuted into a class action, that means the claims were so strong. That means there were so many people that said the same thing, regardless whether it's reparations, for example, what we were talking about, or whether it's wage and hour. It depends on how many people can come together and say, this is what happened. This is the documentation I have that proves it. But you have to have a lot of people that do it, like a lot of people. And if you don't, then it gets thrown out. And they're like, okay, every individual person now has to prove those claims. And when I tell you the wear that it would put on any court, the amount of money it would cost any state to litigate those claims, it's ridiculous. And I
Yeah,
don't think people appreciate how much money that cost.
yeah,
Thousands, millions, billions of dollars. I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
yeah. I think it's ridiculous that you said it has to be individual because that's a downright lie. And I also think it's ridiculous that you said it costs millions and billions when we already given millions and billions out to other people. So I'll go down the list.
You're not wrong.
I'll go down the list. Japanese Americans imprisoned by U.S. internment camps paid by the United States. That's not one person. That's the United States government. Japanese Latin Americans kidnapped during WW2. Who? People of Japanese ancestry from Latin America abducted and interned by the United States government. Paid in 1999. It's not too far from here. Native American tribes, many indigenous tribes receive compensation through land claims paid by who? The United States government. It's not one person. So the fact that you got up here and said it can't be done and it has to be done to one person. See, when I was
I'm going to
young, I
point
used to have
out
to
to
go to
you.
the
I'm going to
library.
point out to you,
Let me
Reginald.
interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you while you were
I'm
talking
so
because you
sorry.
got up
You
here
are
and you
correct.
said some bullshit. You got up here and you said some bullshit. That's what made me go look it up. Because I really look into this stuff. Because I used to have to ask my mama, hey, mama, can I get some money to go to the library to go read stuff? Now I can just type on my phone. So pretending like these things can't be done and they would just cost so much money is straight up bullshit. Because I seen it done for every other group. Alaskan Natives. Who? Indigenous groups in Alaska. Alaskan Native Settlements Crime Act. $962.5 million and 44 million acres of land. These things have already been done before. Japanese Canadians. Chinese head tax. Tuskegee syphilis victims, 10 million, 1974. Rosewood massacre, 2.1 million to survivors and descendants. These things have been done. It's just the American government and society is too racist to admit. You never actually want to acknowledge the atrocities and the harms that you've done to Black Americans on this U.S. soil. You just don't want to admit it. It's not too hard to do. It's not much. It's not too much legality. It's not too much paperwork because you do it every day. They just subscribed Native Americans an extra $1.1 billion on the 14th. It's like a couple of days from today. Before today, they just described them $1.1 billion, and you telling me how hard? It's not hard. Y'all just don't like Black people. Y'all just
I'm
don't
going to
want to
point
do
out.
it for Black people.
I'm going
It's
to point out
bullshit.
that you, like you just said, just today, and I'm going to point out to you, you're talking about, you just mentioned what, 3, 4 cases out of millions, literal millions. I can go pull Asian cases, Indian cases, Arab cases, all kinds of cases. If we're doing that, if we're just pulling three
You're
or
not
four,
pulling three or
no,
four.
no, no,
This is
hold on, no,
one
no, no,
specific.
you cut me off. I cut you off, and I apologized, and I'm really sorry. I did cut you off, and I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to.
My bad. Go ahead.
However, you simply pointed out 3 or 4 cases, and you're negating the literal millions of cases that have failed all across the board. It didn't matter what color you are, what culture you're from. They were all going after the same thing, whether they had a good reason or not to, right? And they failed. It's always going to matter what court you land in, what judge you have, and what jury you have. And the media, like we talked about earlier.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I heard that. You finished? Yeah, okay. So the key pattern for successfully receive reparations is a clearly defined victim group. We have that. Black American descendants of U.S. chattel slavery. 2, living survivors. We have that. Viola Fletcher just passed away last year. She was one of the longest living survivors of the Tulsa race riot massacres. She was 107 years old. No, I think she was 111 years old. She was 7 at the time of the massacre. We have people that are living survivors of what happened to the descendants of U.S. chattel slavery, Jim Crow, redlining, et cetera, et cetera. We have that. Specific government action. We have a specific government. They're allowed to take action. They're taking action right now. Recent historical time frame. We have that. Documented records, we have that. So the 5 things that all of these groups that I named before and some of the groups that I didn't name, we all still have that. So to pretend like we don't have that, and it's impossible for, we just can't, it's just the legalities is just too much money when we send like 40 billion to Israel. No, 40 billion to Argentina. 239 million. Hey, let's give them some extra when Obama signed in 2019. We can send money everywhere else, but when it comes to Black Americans, we just can't figure out how. You teach about slavery every year. Nah, I forgot y'all took away critical race theory. You show a slave movie every year. You want to remember everything but what we went through. And this shit is like, it's past shameful at this point. It's like really annoying to pretend because I got too much technology. I got too much information in my fingertips to show me how it's already been done. So I know it can be done. Don't tell me it can't be done.
Well, but I'm again, like you sound like the way you say you, like me, myself personally, like I've done something wrong to you, original. What have I done? You keep, the way you come at me and the way you say that, like I did something, like white people in general did something to you specifically, or anybody for that matter.
Sweetheart,
White
I don't
people
know you.
specifically, and who, what,
I don't
define
know
white
you,
people to me.
sweetheart. I'm not talking to you. You're not the United States government. I don't know you,
Not.
Bobo.
I'm just somebody
You're a
that that's just
blinking,
curious.
you're a blinking
I'm
blue
not really
square
sure
on
why you're
TikTok.
cutting me off now.
Relax.
You won't even
Because
answer my
claim,
question.
you claiming I'm attacking you. I don't know you, sweetheart. I was
No,
speaking
I
to the
didn't say
audience.
anything about.
Not you
Listen,
directly. Calm down. Go on mute. Control yourself. Breathe just a little bit. I'm not attacking you. You a blue box on TikTok. I'm in Mississippi in a cove right now, surrounded by trees. I know I'm a million miles away
I'm on
from you.
a
I don't know
patio,
you. I'm not
and
attacking you.
you are. Listen. Whatever you're about to say, no. You and I are both human beings, and we're having a conversation. The way I talk to you, I don't. I'm not talking to you like you are trying to affect me in any certain way. But the way you talk to me is like me in general, me whatever. I'm doing something to you.
Sweetheart, I'm talking to your argument when you got up here and said that, well, you have to give it to a specific person. The United States is not a specific person, so that was a lie. Well, it comes down to so much legality, and I know the legalities because I study it. I know how you have to have your reparations case laid out. I know you have to have specific lineages. I know you have to have specific harms. I know you have to have a specific government that you're tying these things to. That's why the United States didn't back Ghana's claim, because descendants of U.S. chattel slavery are not in Ghana. So why would they pay Ghana, even though everybody was so upset with that? That's legality. That's politics. Why would I send money to Ghana when they're the long lost descendants of U.S. chattel slavery and they're living in Ghana right now? I know what I'm talking about. I'm not yelling at you. I'm not mad at you. I don't know you. Your argument, the things that you said were factually wrong.
Ask a
Real
question.
quick, bro. Hold up. Yeah, you missed the whole one of the things you just missed, bro.
I didn't say you were yelling.
She literally gave us the game plan, man, when she said class action lawsuit. She said it takes a large group of people to have the exact same argument, and we all get together with our paperwork and we
We
file
have
a
that.
claim. That's literally the play. She gave it to us. How are we missing that?
We have that. I just
One
read that
name.
out. I just read that out 1 through 5. We have everything that it takes to have a successful reparations claim. I just read one
Got it,
through
but you
five.
keep saying the individual part that she said, but you didn't address the part where she talked about the group effort and the class action lawsuit.
Share the live and tap the screen.
I'm tapping.
Thanks for all the tappers. Shout out to the people in the room. Shout out to my amazing chat. Y'all tap the screen. We're going to see if we can run it up to 200K tonight, you guys. Thanks for all the gifts to me, and thanks for all the gifts to the panelists, and thanks for my amazing mods, Nether and GG in the building. Oh, and the Black who up here, my co-host, might as well say. I love it. I love it. Thank y'all so much. Go ahead. Who was next?
I just want to say thank all of you for being willing to engage with me, even if you don't agree. Original, you and I get it. But listen, Helly, thank you. Thank you for being willing to talk to me and not kicking me off just because I don't agree. I do appreciate that.
Hold on, Bobo. They be kicking y'all out of spaces, or you be what? Black people, black spaces. They kick you out.
Yes. And listen, I'll just be scrolling and it's like join a live. I like the topic. And it's not just black people, it's anybody. A lot of people, if you don't agree, they're just like, they kick
Yeah.
you out. And at least you guys have been willing to engage in convo with me, whether you agree or not. And I do appreciate that.
Okay, you're welcome, Bobo. You can always come
Friends and come
back.
back. Tell
Bring
your
some
friends.
friends. Yeah, bring some friends, Bobo. We want to
Bring them
have these
all over here.
conversations. Yeah, we want to have these diverse conversations. We're up for it. So Cha Cha, you was about to say something before I cut you off. Sorry about that. Well, not sorry because I had to do my little mob break.
No, no.
Go.
I was just gonna add on to something the original said, but never mind.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna rotate you down, Cha Cha. Thank you for coming up.
All right, y'all.
All right. King, did you want to say something? Did you have something you wanted to say? King? Okay, I'm going to rotate you down.
No, I didn't have nothing I wanted to say. You can rotate me down.
All
Thank
right,
you.
thank you for participating in the conversation, King Pharaoh.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Divine, I'm going to rotate you down. Thank you so much for coming up.
Thank you, love.
All right, you're welcome. Anybody else want to grab a mic? So, did y'all want to have more dialogue?
Yeah, I wanted to see if she could elaborate on that group class action claim stuff.
Like, cause that's what I keep on saying. I do feel like that's the best route we need to go with.
It is the best route. And you need to just listen, I don't know what state you're in, but all you have to do is go to your state's website, go to the state bar, and look for pro bono attorneys. If you guys have the documents and paperwork that you have, do it. Why wouldn't you? That's all you need. And yes, I'm so sorry, original. You can argue with me for days on this one. I don't make the rules. But yeah, it does matter and does help if you actually have like lineage, like genealogy that shows this is my ancestor, this is what they went through. It's even better if you have a living ancestor. That's just the way
And
our
So,
laws are set up.
so
I
how do
was
we
saying
make it federal?
I already know
Oh,
that.
it's
See,
already going to be a federal because it's civil rights. It's going to be civil rights, so it's going to be federal regardless.
Okay, y'all, hold on for a minute. Hi, everybody. I would like you guys, I don't know if you all know him, but this is Mr. Arthur Watkins from the American Freedmen Legal Fund. He had, hopefully you got anything to add to this, Mr. Watkins?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Bobo is correct. Um, because that's what our the Freedom Reparations Fund Trust does. We verify our population as the beneficiary class. In order for you to actually follow a lawsuit as class, you actually have to actually um, verify the population that was harmed. Yeah, everybody's on the right track. You go and do your genealogy and trace your lineage and everything. That's very important because it also leads to you reclaiming land based on your genealogy. Now,
Yes.
um, your family itself becomes the beneficiary class for reclaiming air land. So I think a lot of people automatically just think that one individual, when it comes down to reclaiming land or reclaiming parts of what's owed to you, it all has to be done with your genealogy. Like right now, we're working with a family in Sugarland, Texas, where 95 people was buried for convict leasing. Now, since we actually already have a verified population under Freedom Nation, the we reached out to the people who's actually in charge of those bodies that they found to do DNA testing. So, what's going to happen if any of those verified freedom that we actually have that's under Fort Bend County? They're actually the DNA match, that whole lineage of that family would actually be compensated because their family was actually buried in that one spot. So that's the beneficiary class of the family, and all the heirs are, that's actually attached to that person. Plus, that person itself owned that land and was actually thrown into convict listing. Therefore, there was no successions on that land, so the land is still owned by the heirs. And also, sugar is still on that land. There's a good chance that family could also get leasing a rights to that land to have impure and sugar to pay them. So there is always a strategy when it comes down to building a case against someone who has harmed your family. But you have to do your genealogy for people to actually research to figure out what harms was against your family. So that's all I have to say tonight. But I appreciate you bringing me up.
All right, thank you so much. Have a good night, Mr. Watkins. American Freeman Trust. No, I'm sorry, American Freeman Legal Fund. I apologize.
That's fine. It's if y'all want to get verified, go to freemanation.org, bring all your documents, upload them, and let us work with your family. So it doesn't. We don't charge anything. We don't charge monthly fees or anything like that. We do the work, connect you to whatever is affecting your family. We have a lot of times that people are going through different things that needs help now instead of waiting for reparations. But your repair starts with what's harming you now. We're going to get to where it's harming you in the past. So you have a great
Okay,
night.
can you just wait a minute before you go? Can you tell them where to find you at on all social media platforms?
Yes, you can find me at Arthur Watkins Jr. On X, and then also you could go on TikTok at American Freedom Legal Fund. You'll find a lot of the work that we're doing with more broad, what's a more broad work that we're doing with like more schools that's harming our kids, or it could be corporations that's harming our kids, but we do a lot of private work because we don't actually, put that out there for people to see because it's more if they're going through foreclosure or eviction or if they have kids in schools getting bullied and the schools are not reacting properly. If they're going through a corporation they're trying to do new leases or you're trying to do new contracts, we go through all that with you, and none of this costs you. Now, if you were doing like you know if you were doing like a trademark agreement with a corporation, we work with them as well. So there's a lot of different things that if you have anything that's going on in your life that you need help with, that's what the American Freedom Legal Fund and the trust does for you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You always can get a mic here, and thank you for all you do for our people.
You're welcome. You have a great night.
You too. Okay, y'all. Moving on. Helicopter.
I just learned a lot. I got a whole new perspective and way of looking at things. I want to look some things up just for my own personal knowledge. But yeah, I done learned a lot tonight. Just in that short period of time. And yeah, that's I'm pretty much done. So
Ain't that the truth?
So, anything else you wanted to add, Bobo?
No, actually, I'm appreciative that he came up because yeah, he said a lot of things that I didn't get a chance to say, but I again I
So
appreciate
you
you
agree
for
with
letting me
him?
come up.
Because he
Yes,
said you was right in the comments.
I
But yeah, so you can agree to what he was saying.
I can. Like I said before, there are a lot of options, but unfortunately, the way our system is set up, you have to prove it. So yeah, everything he said is correct. You have to be willing to go back and do your genealogy, and you have to be. It's so much better even if you have somebody that's still alive that's like an ancestor. Again, I hate it. I don't make the rules, but that's the way it is.
Ah, the hood in me want to get mad at you when you say I don't make the rules, but that's the way it is. But okay,
But
but
it
it's
is
cool.
like
I know
what
it
do
just
I
sound
do?
It just sounds
It
so.
is. You're not wrong. I'm not
Yeah.
saying you're wrong.
Okay, y'all. So I think this would be a great way to end the show. I don't think I'm going to stream tomorrow. My husband has an event in Daytona Beach. So I don't know. I might. He told me to stream from the room, but I really don't want to do that. So I don't know. I'm thinking not. So I will see you guys Wednesday. Have a good night. Thank everybody for coming. Thanks for the gifts. Shout out to the panelists. Thank you, Helicopter, for staying on up here to the end. Thank you, Divine. Thank you to my amazing chat. Shout out to Netherboo. I see you, Divine, Nellie Nash. Then with my indigenous Byron. Shout out to you for all the gifts, y'all. Thank you. Have a good night, everybody. Bye.
All right. So good night,
All
everybody.
right.
Good night.
Good night. You welcome, indigenous.